I would like a refund on the clock. That did not feel like 8 hours of sleep. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's extra sleepy Dee Dee today. Hello. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Back to sleep we go. Whee! I woke up at like 7:30, which is rare on the weekend because usually the cats wake me up for breakfast at like 6, and then I'm awake for like an hour and a bit, and then I eventually fall back asleep, get up around like 10-ish again. But yeah, the extra hour of sleep pushed everything back on the schedule, and I crawled back into bed at like 10 still, and I'm like, oh, maybe I'll just nap a little. I'll set an alarm for 11:30. I'm sure I'm not gonna need it. And then I wake up at like 11:23. I'm like, oh no. Hi Blur, hi Jambola, and I saw Mexon earlier. Hello. So I got a whole pot of coffee with me today instead of the usual where I'll just like make like 1 cup of like instant coffee for stream. Well, I say a whole pot, but it's like 3 cups worth. It's like half a pot. Close enough. Same energy. Big old stretch. We've met again today. We have. Though for me it's a whole new day again. Cause it is 12 p.m. here. For those of y'all on the other side of the pond, if you joined the stream last night, then yes, technically you probably haven't slept since you last saw me. Those of us in like EST or PST-ish, yes, we've had a sleep since then. Alright, bear with me a little bit as I finish. Whoa. Setting up stuff. Was that my other phone? Yes, it was. Okay. I decided to use my old iPhone that like has the terrible battery life to be the streaming phone now. So that means my other phone gets random notifications during stream. Ah! Head pat, thank you. I'm trying. I am not coordinated today. There we go. I use those pre-soaked toner pads, and they come with like a little tweezer to help you get them out. I am not awake enough to have that kind of dexterity. Hydrate, posture check. Well, I didn't get to stretch before stream like I usually do, so the back definitely needs a good crack. But that's okay. It's not good to do intense stretching right after waking up anyway, because everything's still stiff. Oh, it's up, stretch. Oh yeah, I can barely lean over to the side right now. My body's like, please, for the love of God, give us an hour. Alright. Switch plugged in, but we need to get that going. At least today it's a visual novel and nothing that's gonna result in us dying from anything but poor decision-making skills. So should be fine. Should be fine. Comfy day, very comfy. God, this didn't help me get out of bed either. It is so cold today. It's, a lot of the times the landlords don't turn on the heat until like October really sets in, because then that's when it starts getting consistently cold. But that means if there's a random very cold day in September, it's chilly in here. And by chilly I mean it's 26 Celsius, but usually it's like 27, 28, so it still feels cold. What's the outside temperature? I didn't check. It is not 20. It was definitely colder than 20 Celsius. This when I woke up. I had to get a blanket. Do. 20 being chilly? Well, I mean, in Florida, everything is about to, if it's 20 Celsius in Florida, we've got like the start of an ice age happening, so. Yeah, 20 is spring weather, like that, depending on the person and when it's 20 Celsius outside here, you've either got full jacket or you've got people that are just wearing like the big hoodies and stuff. It depends. Like a hoodie and maybe like a windbreaker. Can confirm. Yeah, it looks like on Wednesday. Ooh. Tuesday. We started getting the lows of 8 Celsius, so here we go. You got 13? You're in the UK, though. You guys consider anything over 28 Celsius a heat wave. If I'm remembering your geographical location. That's the thing, right? Everyone thinks Canada is much colder than it actually is. We get like a huge range of temperatures. Ireland, but close enough. Is it Ireland considered a part of the UK? No, wait. Oh, how's the breakdown happen again? Like, I knew you were in Ireland, but isn't it technically correct still? Only the north. That's it, okay. I learned something new today. For some reason, I thought the north was the part that wasn't included. I don't know if that's just normal DD brain or that's just sleepy DD brain. But yes, thank you for clarifying. I'm just a dumb French Canadian. What do you want from me? I don't even though I have like Great Britain blood in my side of the family, it's only in England, Wales, and Scotland. There's no Irish in the Mellis family. It's like 50% France, and then like a smattering of like most English countries. Irish gonna cancel Diana, please don't cancel me. I love Kukahulin from Fate Stay Night. And also Diarmid, also from Fate, but that's Fate Zero. Scott Thatcher's pretty cool too. As I horribly butcher the pronunciations. Irish folklore hero. Yes, that's why I said horribly. I'm gonna be horribly butchering the pronunciations because I only have how they say it in Japanese to go off of. Oh, what is... Hang on. Because there's a restaurant chain in Canada named after, Fionn McCool. Which is hilarious. Very first time my Mama Melis took me there, I was like, oh my god. Like, I knew I didn't realize there was a restaurant named after this character. So I had to explain, based on the look of my face, I'm like, okay, look, yes, this guy's in Irish folklore, but the only way I know of him is in a video game I play, and in the video game, he's like kind of a loser. So it just feels really funny to me that this guy has a restaurant chain named after him. Very good food, though. It's just straight up pub, really good restaurant quality pub food. Which is very nice. I'm getting coffee everywhere. But yes, I apologize to the Irish. Keep in mind, I'm just a dumb Canadian girl. They don't even teach much European history over here. Anything I've picked up has been through, hearsay. You know Beowulf? I know Beowulf, yes. That is a tale I knew before he was in Fate Grand Order, but Fate Grand Order is... he's also in Fate. No Beowulf. There's Gilgamesh. Everybody loves Yeah, most people get it as some kind of assigned reading in school. Yeah, Arthur, Merlin, Mordred, my waifu. They've got most of the Knights of the Round Table in Fate now. Lancelot, Gawain. Mash technically counts as... Oh, what was his name? Lancelot's son. It's not Gareth. We're just like... Yeah, we've got Percival. Galahad, that's it. There's too many G names in Arthurian. So yeah, Mash technically counts as Galahad because, spoiler not spoiler, Mash's whole thing is they fused her with a heroic spirit as part of some, like, dumb experiment, and that spirit was Galahad. Got Percival now, we have Tristan. Eggy, I think, well, he's not playable, but he was there. He was there in the plot. Oh, Morgan, obviously. Gareth as well. Yeah, lots of characters. Ooh. Alright, big stretch. Stretch. Coincidentally, in Grand Blue Fantasy right now, we're in the midst of a 4 Dragon Knights event. And the stars are Mordred and Arthur. And there's Merlin, and Morgan is a genderless, like, fairy, like, non-binary, chaotic evil. Our good friend Lancelot shows up for like a hot minute. And Siegfried. Because they put the legend of Siegfried on the same island as the equivalent of England, Ireland, and Scotland, and Wales. Literally, there's just a country in Grand Blue Fantasy called Wales, which is hilarious. Because you've got, like, Finjake, which is, like, supposed to be, like, Great Britain. And then you've got Dalmore, which is supposed to be, like, Scotland. You've got, it's an entirely separate island. That's Ireland, but you have, like, Scathach and Noise that are from there. And then you've got Wales. Like, we've got Finjake and Dalmore and the other country, and then Wales. They did not spice it up with that one. Alright. Here we go. Now give me uno momento. We should... You guys might have sound, you might not. It might be doing its usual, thing where I have to mute it then unmute it so the sound works. So give me 1 sec. Still got my pajamas, yep. You hear sound? Okay, so it's just at my end I don't hear it then. For whatever reason, with this stuff, I have to like turn the monitoring off and on again for it to work. There we go. Yeah, I was gonna get rid of the PJs, and then I was like, no, I'm still sleepy. We'll stick with the PJs for today. Alright, we continue. We are officially on Ark's path now. Scars of Azure. And last time, we defeated evil vampire, and our quid said she was gonna take us home. So finally, after like 3 days of no contact, we finally went home. Soft rays of sunlight stir me from sleep. My eyes are closed, but I sense the serenity surrounding me through my skin. The air is cool, but gentle. It feels like it's going to be a beautiful sunny day. Time for me to wake up and actually act like a student. I'd all but forgotten about school, what with everything that happened these past 2 days. I open my eyes. I find myself in bed. My glasses neatly placed next to my pillow. Thank God I don't roll over and crush them in my sleep. By force of habit, I put on my glasses before looking around. The sunlight streaming in through the window is so vivid I can almost hear the rays sparkle. I take a deep breath, filling my lungs with fresh air. That's right, it's Sunday. No school today. I hear the hands of a clock ticking, offering a rhythm to the chirping of the birds outside. Really though? Would they even have the school open considering half of the town got burnt down? I feel like even if the school wasn't damaged, they would probably give people like a day or two to get their lives back together. I'm back. I don't think I've ever been more grateful to be met with such an ordinary morning. Thank God. I'm not just grateful to have survived the night or to have disposed of that vampire. After that gruesome experience, I'm just happy to be able to wake to something that resembles normality. This morning feels like happiness itself. For an insignificant human like me, there's no greater reward than
おはようございます、シキ様。
a maid watching me sleep. The sudden greeting startles me into an upright position. I look over to find Hisui standing at attention in front of the door.
翡翠。申し訳ありません。シキ様がなかなかお気づきになられませんので、こちらから声をおかけしたのですが。
My apologies. I called out to you because you had not noticed my presence.
いや、こっちこそごめん。
Yeah, my bad. That caught me off guard. My heart is pounding like crazy.
あれ、まだ7時前だけど。
Wait, it's not even 7 yet.
はい。シキ様のお目覚めには少しばかり早い時間です。
Indeed, it is slightly earlier than you would normally rise.
だよね。じゃあ翡翠は何をしに来たんだ？
Right, so what brings you here?
シキ様を起こしに参りました。
I came to wake you.
アキハ様からここ2日間の事情を説明してもらいますので、テコを使って連れてくるようにと。
Here we go! We toast! Mistress Akiha wants to hear your explanation regarding these past 2 days. She has ordered me to bring you to her, by force if necessary. Akiha, these past 2 days, explanation. Though I hear the words, it's as if they've lost all meaning. I spent about 10 seconds pondering them, resisting the temptation to abandon rational thought entirely. No matter how hard I try to think of one, I simply have no excuse for the past 2 days. I skipped school, I broke curfew. I basically went AWOL on Akiha. She was already pretty mad when I didn't make it back before dark. I dread to imagine the fury I'll face this time.
さ、翡翠。
So, Hisui?
控えめに言って、秋葉のやつ、怒ってる。
How angry is she? You know.
さあ、どうでしょうか。
I wonder. Oh, she is also pissed.
それは四季様が直にお確かめください。
That is something you will have to confirm for yourself. Hisui sounds coldly unconcerned with my plight. If I had known things would turn out like this, I'd have done everything to get back, even if it meant crawling back. Wait. Crawling back?
いや、ちょっと待った。
Hold on a minute.
それ以前に、なんで部屋で眠ってるんだ？
How am I in my room right now? That's right, he passed out. He has no idea Arquaid was gonna bring him back.
四季様は昨夜の午前2時過ぎにお帰りになられました。
You returned a little past 2 a.m. last night.
玄関口で眠っていたのを姉さんが気づいて、お部屋にお連れしたとのことです。
My sister found you sleeping at the front entrance and brought you to your room. So Arquaid didn't even stick around. She just left us on the doorstep like a baby. I stare at her, slack-jawed. Staying out late without a word? Falling asleep on the doorstep? I sound like some stereotypical drunk who missed the last train.
あいつ、人を猫か何かと一緒にしやがって。
Does she think I'm a cat or something? My thoughts go back to Arquaid. Though I guess I should be thankful she at least carried me to the front door. Either way, I have a better grasp of the situation now.
すぐに行くから、秋葉にはできるだけ落ち着くように言っておいてくれると嬉しいんだけど。
I'll be right out, so if you could, tell Akiha to stay as calm as possible for me, that'd be great.
申し訳ありません。それは諸事情によりお断りいたします。
Damn. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have to refuse in light of the circumstances. Her answer is simple and to the point. My standing in the Tono household must have hit rock bottom. Akiha is the head of the family, so it comes as zero surprise that I've got no allies. At any rate, I should get up. I won't get anything done by staying in bed. Oop! Ow! The second I stand up, my legs feel like they might explode. Of course, if there's anything I should be surprised about, it's the fact that I lived to see another morning. That's right, didn't he shatter all the bones in his leg? It's a wonder I survived, considering all the reckless stuff I did.
四季様、いかがなされましたか？汗がすごく。
Master? Are you alright? You're sweating rather a lot. It's true, my forehead is drenched in sweat. It only took one step for my body to become feverish with pain.
お体の調子が優れないのでしたら、もうしばらくお休みになられた方がよろしいのではないでしょうか。
She looks so worried, understandably so. Perhaps it would be better to rest if you aren't feeling well.
先ほどはああ申しましたが、
I could speak with Mistress Akiha about...
いや、大丈夫。ただの捻挫だ。すぐに収まるよ。
No, I'm fine. I just twisted my ankle. Shattered all my leg bones. It'll heal up in no time.
それより、秋葉の方が怖い。先延ばしにしたら余計に怒られそうだ。
I'm more scared of Akiha anyway. I don't want to make her even more mad by putting this off. I can tell from her eyes that Hisui doesn't believe me. But her position prevents her from calling out my obvious lie. I feel bad. She'll just have to accept it for
着替えた
now.
らロビーに行くよ。
I'll head to the lobby after I change.
すぐに済ませるから廊下で待っといてくれ。
I won't be long, so could you wait outside in the hall?
かしこまりました。
Sure. Understood.
どうかご無理はなさいませんようお願いします。
Please don't push yourself too hard. Hisui bows deeply and leaves the room. Moving as little as possible, I change out of my pajamas. What a way to start my first day off at the mansion in 7 years. I find Hisui waiting for me in the hall. The wound on my left leg makes me want to scream with every step. The rest of my body feels heavy too, but that's just due to muscle soreness. Nothing too severe. I only checked by running my fingers across my skin, but it seems the cuts I got when Vlob's ice slashed my face and shoulders have healed as well. It's clearly Arcade's work, given how I can't find the slightest trace that the wounds were there. She did say she was going to heal me up.
シキ様、差し出がましいこととは存じますが、こちらをお使いください。
Master Shiki, I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but please use this. Hisui timidly hand. Oh, it's a cane! It's a walking stick. No, a cane.
よくあったね、こんなの。
We had one of these, huh?
はい。以前、用具室で見た覚えがありましたので、一縷の望みをかけて探してまいりました。
I recalled seeing one in the storage room. I was lucky enough to find it. I almost laugh at her earnestness until I realize her breathing is slightly elevated. She must have run there and back for me in the short time I was
あり
changing.
がとう。正直歩くたびにかかとから飛び上がりそうだったんだ。すごく助かる。
Thanks. Pain was shooting up from my heel with every step. This will be a huge help.
はい。お役に立てたのなら幸いです。
Of course. I hope it'll be of use. Grasping the cane, I shift the weight being supported by my left leg to my arm. I should have no problem walking now. I thank Hisui again for her thoughtfulness, and together we make our way to the lobby. It doesn't take long to arrive. I leave the cane next to the door. On the other side of this door is the head of the Tono family. My younger sister by 1 year. She's waiting to hear her pitiful brother's equally pitiful excuses. I can't even imagine what terrible fate awaits me within. It's okay. If she tries to ground you without food for 2 days, you can run away and go live with our quid. But now isn't the time to be whining. I brought this on myself, regardless of the circumstances. I skipped a day of school and didn't come home for 2 whole days. It's only natural that Akiha would want an explanation. I should apologize properly or tell her the truth seems to be the 2 options. That'd make the most sense. Apologize properly.
そうだな。それが一番いいと思う。
Yeah, apologizing is probably the best way to go about this. I can't tell her about our Qued or Vlov. I mean, you could, but you don't know that your sister is also supernatural. just sound like a bunch of nonsense, and I shouldn't get Akiha involved in this mess anyway. So the truth is a no-go, but at the very least I owe her an earnest apology.
よし行くぞ
Alright, here goes. Ganbarimasu. Good luck, dude. You're gonna need it. I take a deep breath and open the door to the parlor. Ah, good morning, Shiki.
不思議とずいぶん久しぶりな気がしますね。
Oh! The Tsun is out in full force today. How strange. It feels as though I haven't seen you in quite some time. How does she manage to be this intimidating?
いやおはようアキハ
Yo! Morning!
挨拶は結構ですから、そこに座ってください。
I think we can skip the formalities today. Please take a seat over there.
いろいろと長くなるはずですものね。
It appears we have much to discuss. Wouldn't you agree? Help! Something tells me she's enjoying this. Oh god, the sadist. It's like she's a cat and I'm the mouse. With our conversation off to a terrible start, maybe it'd be better for me to run for the hills.
兄さん、
Are you listening?
おう座りますとも
Right. Sitting down now. The English text doesn't catch it, but he's completely switched from casual Japanese to formal Japanese. All thoughts of escape have been dispersed by Akiha's glower. I endure the pain coursing through my left leg and sit down gingerly on the sofa.
座りましたよ
I'm sitting now. See?
言わずともわかります。妙な態度でこちらの規制をそがないでください。卑怯です。
Yes, I can see that. Please don't try to detract from the serious nature of this meeting with that strange attitude of yours. It's not fair.
なんで卑怯なんだ
Not fair? How so?
卑怯でしょ。そんな顔をされたら気が緩む。
Ha ha ha! You know exactly how. When you make a face like that, I can't help. Akira stops herself mid-sentence with a cough, then sharpens her glare further yet.
兄さん、早速ですが、おとといと昨日のお話を聞かせていただけませんか？
Let's get straight to business. Could you tell me what happened these past 2 days? Akiha composes herself, elegantly taking her teacup into her hand. He's gonna break that cup. Although she phrased it as a question, it was unmistakably a command. But as her older brother, I can't let her know what happened. I'd rather she hate me than have her worry about me.
それなんだけどアキハ
About that, Akiha.
はい。何でしょう。
Yes? What is it?
率直に言って事情は説明できないんだ
To put it bluntly, I can't tell you what happened. Yeah, that's what I figured. The shattering of porcelain fills the room as Akiha's teacup falls from her hand onto the table. No, it'd be more accurate to say she deliberately dropped it.
秋葉様。ああ、ごめんなさい、スイ。片付けてもらえる？
Oh my, I'm so sorry, Hisui. Could you clean that up for me? Her tone is enough to make cold sweat drip down my spine. Without another word, Hisui begins cleaning up the spilled tea and the shards of the exorbitantly expensive-looking teacup. Damn, Akiha sounds seriously pissed. Hisui exits the parlor as soon as she finishes cleaning. Ah, so this was to make Hisui leave.
それで、兄さん。
So, Shiki.
何
この2日間の出来事を詳しく話していただけますか？
would you mind telling me in detail about what happened these past 2 days? Did time just rewind? She's clearly not planning to let this go, but there's no way I can tell her what happened. Not only for my sake, but for hers too. Akiha can never know the truth. I mean, you could just tell her you got caught up in the aftermath of the fire at least.
何度聞かれたって話せないものは話せない。
It doesn't matter how many times you ask. There's stuff I just can't tell you.
アキハには余計な心配をさせて悪かったと思ってる。連絡を入れなかったことも謝る。
It was wrong of me to make you worry.
話せないことは話せ
And
ない。
I'm sorry for not contacting you while I was gone. But even so, I can't tell you anything about it.
私に悪いと思っているのに話せないんですね、兄さんは。
So although you admit fault, you still insist you can't talk about it.
弁明もしないのですか？
Are you not going to clarify as to why?
いや、
Well,
それは
There's a lot of stuff I'd love to clarify, but
言い訳のしようがないので。
I don't know where to start.
でもこの2日間悪いことはしていない。そ
But
う
I'm-
信じたい。
Want you to know that I didn't do anything bad these past 2 days. Just some murdering. At least, I'd like to believe I did it. I can only describe these past 2 days as an endless flurry of death and carnage. But I want to believe that I made the right choice. I got to help our quid, of course, but more than anything, I'm glad we managed to kill that vampire. Even if we weren't fast enough to save everyone, there'll be no more talk of blood-drained murder victims on the nightly news.
ごめんな、アキハ。
Sorry, Akiha.
迷惑をかけるけど、これ以上は聞かないでくれ。
Sorry, Akiha. I know it's not the answer you were hoping for, but please don't ask me any more about this. Akiha stares deep into my eyes. An uncomfortable silence fills the space between us.
そうですね。
I understand.
考えてみれば兄さんにも事情があるのでしょうし、私がそれに深く干渉することはできませんものね。
It is only natural that there are affairs you wish to keep private, and it's not my place to interfere.
悪い。そう言ってもらえると助かる。
Sorry again, but it's a relief to hear you say that.
わかりました。この件に関してこれ以上の追及は勘弁して差し上げます。
Very well. I will refrain from pursuing this matter any further.
連絡をいただけなかった点については私にも落ち度がありますから。
After all, I am partially at fault for your failure to make contact.
落ち度なんてそんなのアキハにないだろ。
She doesn't know that Kohaku gave us our cell phone back.
携帯電話を取り上げたのは私です。
I'm the one who took away your phone.
あれがあればズボラな兄さんでも連絡ぐらいはしたのではありませんか？
Even if you had it, even a bore such as yourself would have at least left a message, right? Looks like she doesn't know that my phone was secretly returned to me quite some time ago.
ですが
However,
それも今回だけです。今後はこのようなことは控えてください。兄さんは遠野家の唯一の男性なんですから、もう少しご自分の立場を理解していただかないと困ります。
however, I'll only let it go this once. Please avoid doing something like this again in the future. You are the only male heir of the Tono family. I need you to be more aware of your position.
良くない外聞が広まってしまったら、遠野家の今後の人付き合いにも影響がありますし。
If your behavior were to reflect poorly on us, it could influence the Tono family's social standing. Our standing? Does she mean between me and other dignified families? Well, I'm dating a princess.
いやー、それこそ問題ないだろう。俺が何しようと興味も持たないってあっちの方々は。
I doubt it'd cause all that much trouble. Our relatives don't particularly care about me.
だいたい遠野の跡取りはアキハなんだから、 家のことを思うなら俺をよそに出すなり、遠野の家にふさわしい婿養子でも見つければいいのに。
Besides, you're the actual heir. If any of them were to be concerned about the family, they should be looking for a suitable man to marry into the family so they can get rid of me. I met with silence once more. I wonder what might have caused it this time.
どうした？気分でも悪いのか、アキハ。
The fact that she's in love with you and you're just talking about her getting married to someone else.
結構です。私を気遣う余裕があるのでしたら、ご自分の体調を気にしてください。
I'm fine. If you have time to worry about me, please worry about yourself first.
慢性的な貧血持ちなんですから、兄さんは。
You're the one with the chronic anemia. She's right. I do collapse frequently due to anemia.
ともかく、あまりお一人で屋敷を出ないでください。
In any case, please refrain from leaving the mansion on your own so much.
そうでなくとも、近頃の町は物騒なんです。兄さんみたいにぼーっとしている人は、通り魔に襲ってくださいと言っているようなものなんですから。
Joke's on you! We killed the serial killer! The town has been restless as of late, and an absent-minded person like you is practically begging to be attacked by the serial killer.
それなら大丈夫。あんな事件、二度と起きないよ。
Nothing to worry about there. The serial killer won't strike again. Our town has been beset by a serial killer. Called a modern-day vampire in the news, the killer lurked in the darkness, striking terror into the hearts of men. No suspects had been found. But all of that is in the past now.
Huh?
Come again?
吸血鬼はいないってことだよ。その犯人はもう捕まったんだ。
I'm saying the vampire's gone. The suspect has already been caught.
そうなんですか。
Huh,
そ
is
れは
that
良い
so?
知らせですが。
That
兄さん、
is good
よ
news
く
to
そんなこと
hear.
を知っていますね。
But how do you know?
ああ、たまたま逮捕現場に居合わせたというか。
Well, I just happened to be at the scene when they were apprehended. Saying those words makes me smile wryly. It's technically truth. One born of an incredible series of coincidences. So much happened during those 2 days I spent with Arquid. Thinking back on it, it still feels like a dream. But at any rate, the monster that made its nest in this town is gone. I can't deny being somewhat proud of my involvement.
兄さん、どうしたんです？急に嬉しそうな顔をして。
Yeah, something you'd like to share? You have quite the smug look about you.
別に何でもない。
Oh, it's nothing. I was just bounty
ただ、
hunting. I
終わ
just
ったん
realized
だな
all
ってようやく実感できた。
I just realized that all of that is finally over. The weight lifted from my chest as I say those words. Oh, sorry. The weight lifted from my chest as I say those words puts a smile on my face. That is a technically grammatically correct sentence, but very awkward. Ultimately, it seems that Akiha has accepted my explanation. I thank her as I stand up.
いや、安心したらお腹が減ってきた。朝食をもらってきてもいい？
Oh man, I'm feeling kinda hungry now that all that's settled. Mind if I go grab breakfast?
私に許可を求める必要はありません。
You don't need to ask for permission.
朝食まで管理する気はありませんから、ご自由にとってください。琥珀なら厨房で朝食の支度をしているでしょうし。
I have no intention to dictate when you eat your breakfast, so go ahead. I imagine Kohaku is in the kitchen preparing it as we speak.
サンキュー。じゃあ遠慮なく。
Thank you. I'll go help myself then. I make for the door. Ouch! My left leg is really killing
お
me.
待ちなさい、兄さん。
Wait.
先ほどから気になっていましたが、今のではっきりしました。足を怪我していますね。
I thought something was off before, but now I'm certain. You've injured your leg, haven't you?
いや、これは捻挫というか、筋を違えたというか。
Oh,
とにかく大した怪我じゃないんで。
this is just a sprain, or maybe I pulled something. Nothing to worry about.
そうですか。
Nothing to worry about, you say. Akiha walks towards me briskly. She looks me in the eye, and without warning, oh god.
Hey.
Wow, that is brutal. She stepped right on the most swollen part of my left foot. Like she knew exactly where it hurts.
あらびっくり。兄さんのポーカーフェイスも直接的な痛みには脆いのですね。
She's a sadist. Oh my, what a surprise. Your poker face crumbled pretty swiftly when push came to shove.
そりゃ弱いよっていうか俺の方がびっくりだよ
That's such a dirty move! I should be the one
お
surprised!
前分かっててやっただろ
You knew exactly what you were doing.
誤解ですわ。大した怪我ではないという兄さんの言を信じて精一杯の勇気で試してみただけですもの。
Not at all, I assure you. It took all of my courage to ascertain the truth as I so desperately wanted to trust what you told me. Akira flashes a graceful, oh so wicked smile. This is clearly payback for me not telling her everything. But she broke her teacup. Does she have another teacup on hand? She smashed her teacup. Continuity error. Where'd she get the other teacup? Akiha returns to the couch and elegantly lifts her teacup to her lips as though nothing happened. She seems to be in a fantastic mood now. What a lovely family.
さて、確かに大した怪我ではなかったけど、放っておくのも良くないわね。
Now then, while the injury doesn't appear to be serious, that doesn't mean we can simply ignore it.
兄さん、課長として命じます。
These are my orders as head of the family.
朝食が済み次第、診察を受けるように。怪我の理由はともかく、大げさに痛がられるのは迷惑ですから。
You are to receive medical treatment once you finish your breakfast. Reason for your injury aside, we can't have you in this much pain.
そりゃ診察は受けたいけど怪我の理由聞かなくていいのか
Why are you asking this? You don't want her to know. I'm happy to get it looked at, but are you sure you don't need to know how I got it?
興味ありません。どうせくだらない理由でしょうから。だいたい聞いたところで私には内緒なんでしょ。
Damn.
兄さんは。
To be more specific, I don't care. I'm sure it was something stupid. Besides, it's not like you'd tell me if I asked. Akeha answers curtly, the very picture of authority.
外傷のない捻挫なら琥珀でも対応できます。
If it's merely a sprain, I'm sure Kohaku could treat you just fine.
あ、そっか。今朝は荒木先生もいましたね。
That said, Dr. Araki is present this morning as well.
あの人はもともと外科の医師です。
She's actually a qualified surgeon.
内科の琥珀と外科の荒木先生。
Kohaku, who specializes in internal medicine, or Dr. Araki, who is skilled in
お
surgery.
好きな方を選んでくだ
Please
さい。
pick whomever you'd prefer. Huh. This is a little unexpected. See? This feels like a trap. Because if we pick the surgeon, Akiha is probably gonna be like, oh, I thought it was just a sprain. Is it not just a sprain? What do you need a surgeon for? So I think Kohaku is probably... I'll have Kohaku look after me. I should be fine with a compress and some painkillers.
わかりました。
Very well. Please wait in your room after
職務は自室で
you
待機
finish
している。
eating.
私は午後から外せない会食があるので外出しますが、当主が留守だからといってあまり羽
There is
目
a
を外さ
luncheon
ない
I
ようお願い
must
しま
attend
す
this afternoon, so
Nisa.
I'll be out. But do not take this as a free pass to do anything reckless while I'm gone. I'm not sure why, but Akiha seems to be smiling with relief. Yes, so I was right. If we had picked the doctor, she would have been on us like hotcakes. Well then. I'll grab breakfast and have my leg looked at afterwards. We love her. Sorry to keep you waiting! Kohaku barges in carrying a retro-looking wooden box.
悪いね、琥珀さん。忙しい中、わざわざ来てもらって。
Sorry about this, Kohaku. I know you're busy.
いえいえ、今日は休日ですからお仕事も少なめですので。
Oh,
お気にな
it's
さらず。
no trouble. It's the weekend, so there's not much I need to
四季
do.
さんのご指名ですもの。私などでよろしければいつでもご奉仕させていただきます。
I'm happy to help you whenever you need, and even happier that I was your first choice. I mean, he wants to get looked after by that doctor. Kohaku approaches my bed with a radiant
では
smile.
では診察のお時間です。ベッドに腰をかけてください。お加減が悪い
Alrighty
の
then,
は主に
let's get started. Please sit on the bed. Let's see what the problem is.
下半身全体ですね。
Damn. Well now, so it's not just your left leg, but your entire lower body.
見ただけでわかるんですか？
Huh? You can tell that just by looking?
はい、それぐらいは。免許こそ取れませんが、薬剤師と整体師になれるよう子供の頃から鍛えられているんです。
I may not be able to get a medical license yet, but I've been trained in pharmacology and physical therapy since I was little. Pharmacology and physical therapy. So that's what Akiha meant when she said Kohaku knows internal medicine. I sit on the bed and roll up my pants so she can see my left leg. Kohaku gingerly palpates the leg with her hands. Every time her fingers touch my shin, I'm hit with the urge to cry out in pain. After a few moments, Kohaku looks up at me hesitantly.
四季さん、
Yeah?
もしかして骨にひび入ってませんか？
Could you have fractured your leg? So that's what it was. I'm actually kind of glad it's just a fracture. I wouldn't have been surprised if she told me it was straight up broken in places.
そうかもしれません。でもちょっとだけですよ、きっと。
Yeah, that's definitely possible. It can't be anything too bad, though.
こうして我慢できる程度なんですから。
The pain is still pretty bearable.
秋葉様のお気持ちがちょっとだけ分かっちゃいました。四季さんは平気なお顔をしていても、いえ、
I'm starting to understand
して
how
いる時の
Akiha
方が大
feels.
変な方なんですね。
Even when you act like everything's fine, you still make us worry. All the more so, actually.
しばらくお待ちください。脾臓の軟膏などを持ってきますので、それまでベッドから動いちゃダメですよ。
Please wait a moment. I'm going to bring some ointment and stuff from my private stash. Don't move from the bed, okay? Shouldn't I get a cast for my leg? Yes, TSUKIHIME! We're officially on our quid's route. Though we're back at the mansion for, who knows how long? Probably not that long. The pitter patter of her footsteps fades as she runs down the hallway. Left all alone, I start to feel strangely guilty. My gosh, she's got a conscience. I don't think I've ever heard Kohaku sound so sad. I mean, I've only known her for 2 days. Kohaku's treatment is surprisingly professional. Oh, she did give me a cast. Amazing. After applying the ointment, she taped my heel and even gave me a cast for my
い
shin.
や、そこまで大げさにしなくても。
You really don't need to go this far. Yes, she does.
そこまでのことです。ご自分のお体を何だと思ってるんですか。
Yes, I do. Do you think you're invincible?
そもそもこんな怪我をどこでこしらえたんです？四季さんの健康を任されたものとしてこれは見過ごせません。
He fell from a great height. How did this even happen? As a person entrusted with your health, I need to know how you did this to yourself. That's
いや、それはですね。
a good question.
四季さん、正直におっしゃってください。
Shiki? Tell me the truth.
その喧嘩みたいなものです。興奮して殴り合ったというか。
I feel like telling her you fell from somewhere high up is less likely to cause worry than, oh, I was in a fight and they shattered my leg. It's a weak excuse despite being the truth, but I can't tell her any more than this. But I also can't brush her off like nothing happened. That wouldn't be right. I mean, I did it to Akiha this morning, but...
喧嘩ですか？もうダメですよ、そんなこと。
A fight? Oh, that's no good at all.
わんぱくなのはいいと思いますけど、暴力はいけません。手を挙げられた方も手を挙げてしまった方も痛いだけじゃないですか。
It's one thing to get into a little mischief, but you can't let it get violent. A fight only ever ends up hurting both parties. Thanks, Mom. I guess there's no such thing as a winner when that happens.
それはそうだな。痛いだけだよ
True,
な。
you're right.
殴り合いなんてさ。
That kind of stuff only leads to pain.
でしょ？なのにこんな怪我までしてがっかりです。
Exactly. I'm disappointed to hear you got hurt from something like that. My bad.
どんな事情があったにせよ、そんなことをしていると四季さんを見損なっちゃいますからね。
Regardless of the circumstances, I didn't think you were the kind of person to get into fights.
あ、俺もバカだったって反省中です。二度とこんなことにならないよう努力します。
Yeah, I was an idiot, I know. I'll try to make sure it doesn't happen again.
はい、分かってくださったのなら結構です。
I'm glad you understand.
それでは上の具合も見ますから服を脱いでくださいね。
What a transition now. Take your clothes off. I'm going to check your upper body as well.
はい。
Sorry? Without a hint of hesitation, Kohaku stands up and grabs my shirt. She wants me to get naked right here and now. That was just obvious.
ちょっと待った。
Wait! I'm sensitive!
そこまでしなくていいです。痛いのは足だけだから。
Though maybe I shouldn't say that. I just learned recently that apparently if you say I'm sensitive, in the Japanese context, that can only mean lewd things. So maybe I shouldn't say that. You don't have to do that. I only injured my leg.
何言ってるんです。
Oh, stop that.
両足もひどいですが、 より厄介なのは肩や腰回りだと断言します。ほら、
Your legs are
軽い
both
炎症
in
が
a
できてるじゃないですか。
Your legs are both in a sorry state, but I'm far more worried about your shoulders and waist. Look, you've already got some inflammation.
あいた。何？今のツボ？ツボですか？っていうか、この悪辣な腕の取り方、もしかして小悪さんに整体教えたのって次男委員のジジイでは？
Well, was that a pressure point? That was definitely a pressure point. I've been in an arm lock like this before. Did you learn this from old man Jinan?
はい、次男先生にはしっかりと四季さんのお体について教えていただきましたとも。
Disturbing.
悪辣ではありません。巧みな指使いと言ってくださいね。
Dr. Jinan taught me everything I need to know about your body, and this isn't torture. Just think of it as a nice massage. Wait! Kraku pinned me face down against the bed sheet like it was nothing. Oh, he's getting pegged. Dr. Jinan was a traditional doctor I used to see when I lived with the Arimas. I owe him a lot, but right now I love nothing more than to pay him back for all this
いや、
crap.
それはともかく、炎症なら自分で湿布とか貼るから裸になる必要とかないってば。
Still, it's just some inflammation. I can stick a compress on myself. I don't need to get naked.
ははー、照れてるんですね、四季さ
Oh, are you a little shy? I think most people would be. Kwaku smiles contentedly as she continues to pull my shirt off. Nothing but sadists in this house.
ん。四季さんのお体なんて見慣れてます。いいから観念してくださいまし。
I've already seen you naked, so be a good boy and take this off.
昨夜もお着替えをさせていただきましたから、背中のほくろの位置までバッチリです。
Who do you think changed your clothes last night? I even know where every little mole on your back is. Now that she mentions it, I was totally wearing my pajamas when I woke up!
ほら、暴れないでください。
Come on, stay
せ
still.
っかく固定した足のギプスがずれてしまいます。
Your cast will come off if you keep squirming. She's right, but that doesn't make it any easier to get naked in front of her.
では仕方ありませんね。私が見るのは背中だけにいたしましょう。
Ah,
それなら恥ずかし
fine.
いことはないでしょう。
If you're going to be like that, I'll just take a look at your back. That's not too embarrassing, is it? It kind of is, but it's still better than the alternative. And if I want to stick a compress there, I need to ask for someone's help regardless.
そうだね。お願いします。
Yeah, that's fine. I give in to her persistence and release the tension in my body.
念のため消毒もしておきましょう。喧嘩をなされたのなら小さな傷を負っているかもしれませんし。
I'm going to sterilize it as well. I wouldn't be surprised if you picked up some small scrapes and scratches from your fight. The disinfectant stings my skin. It was a busy 2 days. I must be covered in little cuts. Although it stains, it's nothing compared to the dizziness that comes with my anemia. It also does it hurt that each time she applies the ointment, she coos at me?
男の子なんですね。
Oh god. Bro. Even with the teasing, it was easier to bear the pain. I guess Kohaku's cheerfulness can't help but rub off on me too. Kohaku wraps up her treatment. The past hour felt a lot more by the book than I
ありがと
expected.
う小白さん。左足も痛まなくなったし、これなら午後もゆっくりできます。
Thanks. My leg feels a lot better now. I should be able to take it easy for the rest of the day.
いえいえ、どういたしまして。
You're quite welcome. I enjoyed myself as well.
それではお仕事に戻らせていただきます。
I'll be getting back to work now.
痛みが引かない、あるいは悪化したらすぐにお声をかけてくださいね。午後は厨房で夕食の仕込みをしていますので。
Please let me know if the pain doesn't go away or if it gets worse. I'll just be in the kitchen preparing dinner, so I can take another look whenever you need. Kohaku flashes a smile before leaving my room. Now then, how should I spend the rest of the day? A great question. Do we get a choice? It's already afternoon by the time I finished my lunch after my examination this morning. Walking doesn't really hurt anymore. I won't be able to get that far, but where should I spend the afternoon? How about the garden? I'll take a walk in the garden. It's been a few days since I returned to the mansion, but I haven't walked around the garden even once. Because, I mean, basically, she's banned us from walking just about anywhere except the first floor, so really, what's the point of going elsewhere? I'll go and see how it compares to my memories from 7 years ago. It's actually possible to enter the courtyard from the lobby. The exit is located just behind the main stairs. I walk out onto the terrace. It's the same terrace that stretches behind the parlor. When we were younger, this area was Akiha's space whenever the weather was nice. But really, it wasn't so much her space as it was the edge of her territory. Akiha did venture into the garden on her own. This terrace was as far as she could go.
そうだった。よく庭から声をかけて家庭教師の目を盗んだっけ?
That's right. I'd always call out to her from the garden when her tutor's back was turned. I think she wanted me to come by here whenever we went out to play. She said it was unfair if we went to play in the forest by ourselves or something. Which meant it was my role to take Akiha into the woods and then shoulder the subsequent scolding. A good big brother. I moved from the terrace into the garden. In the eyes of a child, the garden looked like it stretched on forever. But now that I'm older and taller, I can grasp it in its entirety. There are fewer flowers than there were 7 years ago, but the general atmosphere of the garden hasn't changed a bit. After about 10 minutes of leisurely strolling, I arrive at the gazebo. This is where the garden ends. All that lies beyond is a dense forest. Being mindful not to overexert my leg, I decide to end my walk here.
それにしてもつくづく日本離れした屋敷だよな。
Honestly, this place makes me feel like I've left Japan. I sit on a large rock and admire the vast garden in all its autumn splendor. From out here, the mansion feels closer to a castle. I feel so out of place in this picturesque scene that I can't help but force a smile. The only people who'd seem at home in a place like this are Akiha and... Is Ark gonna pop out? And her, I guess. That astonishingly beautiful woman is the only other person I can think of.
なんだそれ?
Oh, what's wrong with me? I shake my head to chase away the visions. Why am I thinking about our qued at a time like this? It's not like I'll ever see her again. Joke's on you. Oh, whoops. Now that her target love is gone, she has no reason to stay in Soya. That's why it's pointless to think back on all that's happened.
だよな。
Yeah.
もともとそういう関係だし、どうってことない。
That was the
もう
deal
あんな
from the
無茶をしな
start.
くていいかと思うと、せいぜい。
If anything, I'm glad I no longer have to deal with. I stopped myself short. There's no point in telling myself such a poor lie. Things may have calmed down since we parted, but that doesn't mean it feels great. Even now, I'm haunted by these feelings. Regret for the things I did, and for the things I couldn't do. Although she brought me nothing but trouble, our time together was... well, it was fun.
バカか、俺は。
What, am I stupid? Yes, you are stupid. She almost got me killed. Why can't I get her out of my head? The injuries from last night still scar my legs. Remember how Vlav nearly killed you. You shouldn't want to go through something like that ever again. I sigh and leave the gazebo behind. I take my time on the way back too, wandering aimlessly through the garden. But my regrets refuse to set with the sun, and my thoughts continue to wander long after the light has faded from the horizon. My afternoon wasn't all that eventful in the end. After absentmindedly wasting some time in my room, it didn't take long for dinner time to come around.
呆れた。いい加減忘れろよ。
What am I doing? I should just forget about her. I forced myself to stop thinking of the blonde woman inhabiting the back of my mind. They say the sun sets quickly in autumn, but even so, it felt abnormally fast today. I must have lost all sense of time while thinking about this stupid stuff. Akiha is seated in the dining room with Kohaku at attention behind her, while Hisui takes her position behind me. Kohaku has prepared a full-course meal with Wagyu beef as the entree. Sheesh, damn. I don't know if it's because of Tono family manners, but Akiha is passing the dinner in silence, with a dignified look on her face. Akiha returned to the mansion about an hour ago. Apparently, some unexpected problems arose, and she had to dedicate most of her day to dealing with them.
翡翠、念のため聞いておくけど、うちの夕食って死後現金だったっけ?
Hisui, just asking to be sure, but we're not forbidden from speaking at dinner, are we? I keep my voice to a soft whisper so that Akiha doesn't hear.
いいえ、親族の皆様間での談話は自由に行われておりました。
No, everyone in the family used to converse freely amongst themselves.
じゃあ、アキハが黙っているのは単に機嫌が悪いだけ。
Okay, so Akiha is just quiet because she's in a bad mood?
申し訳ありません。私には分かりかねます。あくまで憶測ですが、アキハ様はお疲れなのではないでしょうか。
My apologies. This is beyond my knowledge, though if I were to speculate, perhaps Mistress Akiha is simply exhausted?
そっか。 そりゃそうだよな。いつも不機嫌だけど、今は特にご機嫌斜めだし。
Right, that would make sense. She's not exactly the most cheerful person, but yeah, I nodded sympathy. I should probably give her some space to relax since her Sunday was ruined by extenuating circumstances. And I know better than to try to throw out a random topic. Yep, it's best to let sleeping Akihas lie.
聞こえていましたよ、兄さん。
Ouch! I can hear you.
別に午後の視察で疲れているわけではありません。食事は静粛にが当家のマナーですから。
Really? Damn, it is merely considered proper decorum in our household to eat in silence. She glares at me sharply. I'm not surprised that she saw me talk to Isui, but the fact she actually overheard what we were talking about is terrifying. Just how good is her hearing?
もっとも、それも過去の話ですが。
Though, I suppose such formalities are a thing of the past now.
どうしても話がある。今日一日の出来事を語り合いたいというのであれば、その限りではありません。
If there's something you absolutely have to tell me, or you simply want to talk about our respective days, then go ahead. There are no restrictions forbidding it. Nodding in acknowledgement, I resume eating. Since I had a small breakfast and lunch, I had worked up a reasonable appetite for dinner. But tonight's meal is difficult to look at. From the beef tenderloin and the foie gras to the deep crimson sauce, all the dishes remind me of what happened last night. Oh no! A sudden murder, an impossible reunion, an equally impossible monster. And just as death had closed its grip on me, I also touched death itself. Not to mention, there was the long-anticipated farewell once we defeated the vampire. I'm pathetic. I've had the whole day to wallow and I'm still not over it.
それで、
So?
私の仕事ぶりをいたわってくれた兄さんは、午後の休みをどのように過ごされたのです？
What did you do with your afternoon off? It could not have been simply worrying over my work.
ああ、俺のことか。午後は散歩に出て、部屋に戻ってからはずっとベッドで横になってた。
Oh, right. What did I do? I went for a walk, then went back to my room and lay in bed till dinner.
それは、また貧血ですか？
I see. Was it your anemia acting up again?
いや、考え事をしていたらいつの間にか夜になってたというか。体の調子は悪くないし、足の方も問題ないよ。
No, my body's fine. My leg too, mostly. I was just thinking about stuff, and it was nighttime before I knew it.
つまり、無意に時間を浪費したということですね。
Well, fuck you. In other words, you spent your day in idleness.
そんなくだらないことを堂々と口にしないでください。私は何とも思いませんが、他の人が聞けば笑い物になるだけですから。
Please don't speak of such pointless pastimes with pride. I may not think anything of it, but others would find you laughable if they heard you talk like this. I have no way of rebutting her merciless words. But I'm curious about something she said.
確かに自堕落に思われる発言だった。
I can see how saying it like that would sound kinda lazy.
というか自堕落だった。反省している。
Actually, no, I was definitely being lazy today. So I'm sorry.
けど、秋葉は何とも思わないってどうして？
But what do you mean when you say you don't think anything of it? Could it be that despite her strict demeanor, she's actually pretty lenient with her close relatives?
どうしても何も当然でしょ？
Isn't it obvious?
私は当の式に何も期待はしていませんから。
Jesus, I don't expect anything from you.
兄さんがそういう人であることは初めから承知の上です。
I've been fully aware of what kind of person you are from the very beginning. Thanks. Aren't you nice? I see. There's certainly wisdom in that. You can't be disappointed if you're not hoping for anything. I'm truly at a loss for words.
いやー、ごちそうさまでした。
Ah, that was delicious. Thank you.
ごちそうさま。食後は習い事がありますので。
It certainly
私はこれで。
was.
兄
Now,
さん、
I have to
完
practice.
成なされたのでしたら、今夜は早めに部屋に戻って、勉学に励んでくださいね。
Now, I have to practice, so I'll be taking my leave. And Shiki, if you are indeed reflecting on your actions, I suggest you return to your room and devote yourself to your studies. Akiha rises from her seat and leaves the dining room. Sounds like she's got violin practice tonight. How am I supposed to keep up with someone this multi-talented?
四季さん、ファイトです。
I
秋葉
can't
様
give
に負
up.
けないで。
Don't let her win! Our resident's mischievous housekeeper gives me some quick words of encouragement and a playful wave as she leaves the room with Akiha. After dinner, I take an early bath before returning to my room. I sit at the desk. Thinking back on what Akiha said, I decide to open a textbook and make up for the time I wasted today. No matter how crazy my life became over the past couple days, I'm still a second year in high school. I've got a mountain of work to do.
いや、山積み。
Oh,
Nandakedo.
and what a mountain it is. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't concentrate. I keep seeing them in the back of my head. Unneeded visions of a woman who I should have forgotten by now.
ああ、もう、今日はやめやめ。
Ah, that's enough for today. Giving up, I fall back onto the bed sheets as I stare idly at the ceiling. It's okay. Tonight is the last time I'll have to deal with this. It was an intense couple of days, for better or for worse. It's not as if I could forget about it that easily. I'll need at least a day to cool down, which is what I'm doing right now. Just letting my mind wander. I pass the time in a daze, hoping to distance myself from those memories and wash away the impressions they left on me. As long as I can manage this, the things that happened will fade into the past. My eyelids grow heavy. My consciousness drifts away. And slowly, but surely, darkness wraps my senses in its embrace. Thus does my peaceful day off come to an end. I lie in bed and slide into a vague slumber, as if I could convince myself it will all fade away. Save your progress? Sure! Mystic Eyes of Depth Perception. Ooh, interesting. Alright. Stretch. Since it's the end of a chapter, seems like a good time to take a quick break. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go warm up some stuff to munch on here and there. get some tea and stuff. Alright, so I will see you guys in like 5 minutes, give or take. Alright, hang tight. And I will be right back. Gigas, yes. Yes. Drink. Oh, chat widget was turned off. You guys weren't on the screen, but that's okay. I could see you guys still. Alrighty, I will be right back. So hang tight for a few minutes, and then we will keep going. Alright. I'm back. I've got some curry rice. Ciel would be proud. I've got some matcha. I've also got a cough drop. So we should be good to go. Welcome back. Thank you. Ah. Alright. Oh, one sec. Okay, cool. The fan I got for the streaming phone seems to be doing well, so that's good. It has a temperature gauge on it, but of course I have to look at the back of the phone to see that. Alright. Day 7. Mystic Eyes of Death Perception 1. Gotta stay cool, gotta stay cool. It says it's 14, the phone's 14 Celsius, so not bad. Doesn't feel hot to the touch like it usually does, which is good. I slowly drift awake. My arm feels as heavy as I reach for my glasses. Looks like I've got a fever. The thought crosses my mind as though it were someone else's problem. I put on my glasses. Well, I mean, I guess that's someone else's problem. Not really, though. My vision returns to normalcy, though a tinge of dizziness remains. The symptoms resemble a common cold, but it's just the flush of a light fever. It'll pass with time, like giving a cold engine some time to warm up. That's not how fevers work. Someone knocks on the door. After waiting for a moment,
失礼します。
pardon my intrusion. Hisui enters the room with a bow.
おはよう、翡翠。今朝もありがとう。
Morning, Hisui. Thanks for the wake-up call.
おはようございます。四季様。お目覚めになられていたのですね。
I see you're awake.
ああ、昨日はぐっすり眠ったから。着替えたらすぐに食堂に行くよ。
Yeah, I slept pretty well last night. I'll get changed and head to the dining room right away.
琥珀さんにはちょっと熱があるから、量は少なめだ
Tell
って伝え
Kohaku
てほ
that
し
I
い。
have a bit of a fever, so I'll be eating light today.
かしこまりました。
Of course.
体温計は
Will
必要でしょうか？
you be needing a thermometer?
いらないよ。どうせいつもの微熱だし。
No, that's okay. It's just a mild one. I get them all the time.
それでは着替えはここに。
Here are your clothes.
食
Then.
堂でお
We
待ちし
shall
ております。
await you in the dining room. Hisui bows and leaves the room. It may be in my imagination, but her bow doesn't feel as crisp as usual.
心配してくれてるのかな。でもこんなの
Wonder if she's worried
本当にい
about
つもの
me.
ことなんだけ
I'm
ど。
just so used to stuff like this. I appreciate the feeling, but it's really no big deal. I mean, if we want to talk about people who've had it rough, she should see our quid. Jesus, not the packing tape again. That wound of hers was no joke.
しかし、ガムテープは本当ないよな。見てるこっちの血の
Still
気が引い
can't
たし。
believe she thought that tape
Kondo
was a
あったら。
good idea. Just seeing it stressed me out. Next time I'll... I stopped before finishing the thought. There is no next time. We won't be seeing each other again. It's better to avoid getting involved with someone like that.
そうだ。 それがいいに決まってる。
Yeah, this is for the best. High time I get this thought through my head. Today is Monday. It's the beginning of the week, and I'm eager to get started. I doubt that. I sincerely doubt that. Bro thinks he's fooling people. I wash my face and get dressed before heading over to the parlor. Akiha is sitting on the sofa. It's just after 7, but she's already enjoying her post-breakfast cup of tea.
あら、おはよう、兄さん。今朝は早いんですね。
Good morning. You're up early today. My waking up early has Akiha in a good mood, it seems.
おはよう。秋葉の方こそいつも早う。
Morning. You're up early as All of a sudden, I'm struck with about a vertigo and grab my head. The dizziness persists. My body heats up like I've never felt it before.
兄さん。
Shiki? I hear the sound of rustling clothes, then footsteps towards me.
どうかしました？顔が赤いけど、
Is
熱でもあるん
everything
ですか？
alright? Your face is red. Do you have a fever?
いや、熱は
Uh,
確かにあるん
yeah, I
だけど。
do, but... Akiha comes closer and peers at me from below. Strange. For some reason, it feels like it's worse when I'm looking at her.
少し熱があるようですね。
Oh god, he's got bloodlust. Uh-oh. Yeah, you do seem a little hot.
昨夜はきちん
Did you
と毛
sleep
布を
without a
使いました
blanket?
か？
I'm sure it's simply because of the
環境が
change
変わっ
in
た
your
から調子を
environment,
崩した
but
だ
we
けで
mustn't
しょうけ
take
ど。
any chances.
そこで待っていてください、兄さん。今、琥珀を呼びつけますから、
You
朝
wait
食の
here.
前に熱を
I'll
測りましょう。
call Kohaku. We should take your temperature before you eat. Not again. Oh no, not again. Akiha looks over to the lobby. She's probably thinking of going over to the kitchen and getting Kohaku. I avert my gaze from Akiha in that moment. As I do, my dizziness passes.
いいんだ、秋葉。琥珀さんを呼ぶまで
It's
もない
okay,
よ。
Akiha. You don't need to call Kohaku
起きた
over.
ばかりで体調が悪いだけだから。
It's only cause he just
いちいち
woke up.
気
You
にしないで。
don't have to worry about every...
体調が悪いのならなおさら放っておけません。風邪だったらどうするんですか？些細な病気でも兄さんには大事でしょ。免疫や抵抗力が人より低いんですから。
We can't leave anything to chance when it comes to your health. What if you get worse? You're in no position to take any illness lightly with your immune system. Visibly irritated, she brings her hand to my forehead. Her delicate palm is cold to the touch, enough to send a shiver run down my nape. Typos! Enough to send a shiver running down my nape. For the briefest moment, I cease breathing. Akiha is right. Something is wrong with me today. I don't know why, but every movement of hers makes me tense. Just watching her causes my temperature to spike. The realization hits me that I might faint if she keeps touching me.
兄さん、随分と熱くないですか？
Shiki, you're burning up. Akiha's words ring through my skull. It feels as if her long black hair and porcelain skin have evaporated into heat and trickled into my head. This is bad, but the feeling will fade. Fatigue must be causing it. My body hasn't had enough time to recuperate. Before I end up doing something incredibly stupid in front of Akiha, I make my move.
よし、休養を思い出した。
I just remembered something. Gotta go. I brush away her hand and scurry off like a panicked rabbit.
シキ様、朝食まであと5分ほどかかりますが。
Master? Breakfast will still be another 5 minutes at least.
そうか、ありがとう。俺のカバンは？
Right, thanks. Where's my bag?
カバンでしたらこちらに。
Your bag's here. Hisui is as prepared as always. I thank her and take it in
行って
hand.
くれ。見送りはいいから。
I'm gonna head out. No need to see me off.
お待ちなさい。熱があるのに何をしているんですか。
Wait, just where do you think you're doing? What about your
廊
fever?
下は走らない。妹の言うことはきちんと聞くが我が家のルールです。おとなしく今で熱を測ってください。
Listening to your sister is the most important rule in this household. My little sister can't possibly be this tyrannical. And don't run in the hallways. Get back here and take your temperature. Akiha has come to the lobby to stop me. But luckily for me, her reluctance to run indoors is slowing her down.
悪い。ルールを守るのはまた後で。
Sorry, I'll worry about the rules later.
熱も下がったし、このまま学校に行ってくる。朝飯は勝手になんとかするから、今朝は多めに見てくれ。
I'm feeling better already, so I'm gonna head off to school. I'll figure something out for breakfast. Bye!
なんとかするって。ちょっと、兄さん
What? Wait!
待ちなさい。何ですかその言い分は。後で守るルールなんて、それじゃあ規則とは呼べません。
What do you mean you'll worry about the rules later? If they could be brushed aside so easily, they wouldn't be called rules! In an effort to escape Akiha's objections, I burst out of the entrance. I clap my hands together and whisper a heartfelt apology to Akiha in my head. Honestly, I'm grateful that she's concerned for my well-being, but I can't just be like, by the way, whenever I look at you, I get so dizzy I feel like I'm gonna pass out. Not when she's so worried about my health, and who knows what kind of pain might be in the store for me if I come clean. Breathing out a huge sigh, I finally settle down. I should be safe here. My assumption is that Akiha wouldn't be immature enough to drop her schedule to come after me. I'm wondering. Because... Arquade used some of, like, Vlob's... Didn't she use some of, like, Vlob's flesh or something to pack our wound? Did we somehow get turned? Or was it just cloth she used? Either way, I'm like,
けど、怒る理由がルールについてなのが秋葉らしいな。
It's so like Akiha to be mad about me breaking the rules. I laughed to myself, thinking back to what she said. She may be my sister, but I still can't tell where her bowling point is.
コンビニにでも寄っていくか。
Guess I'll stop by the convenience store. My wallet's not doing too hot, but I ought to at least eat something. Just go to Arquade, your rich girlfriend. Why am I only ever hungry on days like this? Usually I'd be fine skipping breakfast, but not today. I'm starving. I'll just grab something small to hold me over until lunch. Time to get a bagel. It only takes a couple minutes to get in and out of the store. I arrive at school 30 minutes earlier than usual. There aren't many students around. By my count, there's 2 or 3, including myself. Though in as little as 10 minutes, the front gate should be packed. Naturally, the guardrail is devoid of an unbelievably beautiful woman sitting in wait for someone. The athletic clubs are in the middle of their morning practice. I watch them out of the corner of my eye as I approach the entrance. Working up a sweat is actually pretty enjoyable. There's something about it that makes me feel alive, but I never wound up joining a club. I didn't want to burden anyone with my anemia. Plus, my doctor had strongly advised me to avoid strenuous exercise. When I was a first year, I was invited to join a few times, but I always told them maybe next time. And each time I did, I felt the distance between us grow. In the end, maybe the feeling of not wanting to get involved with others became a self-defense mechanism. This isn't the time for silly sentimentality. I shout out some support to the clubs knee-deep in training before making my way to the main building.
あらら、おはようしきくん。今朝は早くない？
Well, morning Shiki. Aren't we early today?
はい、ちょっと時間を間違えて。
Yeah, I got the time mixed up.
おはようございます、ノエル先生。
Good morning, Miss Noel. I run into Miss Noel on the way to the classroom. She seems just as surprised as me to see someone around at this time.
時間を間違えると遅刻するんじゃなくて、早くから登校しちゃうんだ。しきくんはあれね、勤勉かね。今時の若い子なら、もっと気楽に生きていいんじゃない？
Aren't you the little busy bee? Usually when someone mistakes the time, they turn up late, not early. You're still young, so why not take it easy, you know?
十分気楽にやってますよ。勉強好きでもありませんし。
I do take it easy, and I'm not really that good of a student
それよ
anyway.
り、金曜日の無断欠席についてですけど。
Speaking of which, about missing school last Friday.
ああ、あれね。大丈夫。お家には連絡入れてないから。
That, don't worry about it. I haven't said anything to your family.
たった一日のボイコットなんて普通だものね。しきくんだってその方が都合が良かったでしょ？
It's not a big deal to play hooky every once in a while. That would be more convenient for you, wouldn't it? Miss Noel flashes a devious smile as she utters something I never expect to hear from a teacher. My savior. This must be what saved me from the full weight of Akiha's fury. Actually, isn't Miss Noel a bit too lenient for a teacher?
あ、しきくんたら頭固いんだ。
So basically, they just think he was out partying all weekend. Oh, Shiki, you're so uptight.
先生は不真面目なわけじゃありません。生徒の自主性を尊重してのことです。
I'm
だってみんな
take my job very seriously, I'll have you know.
一日ぐらい背伸びして遊びに行くのは仕方のないことだと思うの。
I just care about the independence of my students. You're all so young, I could just eat you up. There's nothing wrong with stretching your legs for a day and having fun, okay, Miss Vampire?
いえ、遊びに行っていたとかそういうんじゃなくて。
Well, I wasn't exactly having fun.
なんて冗談よ。
I'm just
分
kidding.
かってます分かってます。例の貧血でしょ。真面目なしきくんが火遊びをするわけないものね。
You're not playing out with fire or anything? Actually, I was playing with fire.
それで体の方は大丈夫？痛いところとか残ってない？
Are you feeling better? Do you hurt anywhere? It sounds like she was genuinely worried about me. Miss Noel actually wasn't that far off the mark with her joke, but I won't be correcting her.
貧血の方はなんとか。 今朝は特に調子がいいです。
The anemia is better. I feel really good today.
さあ、それはよかった。じゃあ今日から気楽な学生生活に戻れるわね。
Well, glad to hear it. I hope you're ready to settle back
慢
into
性
being
的
a
な貧
student.
血という話だけど、四季君はいつからそういう体質なの？やっぱり
By the
毎月？
way, when did you become anemic? Were you born with it?
生まれつきではないんです。子供の頃に事故に遭って、それ以来というか。
No, I wasn't born with it. I was in an accident when I was little.
まあ、それは気の毒に。それで運動をしなくなったり、食欲が薄くなったりしたのね。
Oh, how terrible! And that's why you can't exercise or eat much.
それで、どんなだったのかしら。
So what happened?
はい？
Excuse me? My voice slips out at the unexpected question. Miss Noelle licks her glossed lips and speaks.
だから、どんな事故だったの？と聞いたの。
I asked you what happened in your accident.
体がおかしくなるぐらいの怪我だったんでしょ？
It was serious enough to screw you up, wasn't it?
やっぱりすごく痛くて、泣きわめくほど怖かったのよね。それこそ、一度死んで生まれ変わってしまうぐらいに。
Ma'am, you are so freaking weird. I bet it was excruciating. The whole ordeal must have made you bawl your eyes out. And once it was over, you felt like you had been born again. An indescribable dread takes hold of me. Not from her insensitivity, it's been obvious since day one that she's a busybody. And I don't think she's great at reading the room. What makes me hesitate is that I don't remember a thing about the
ただの
accident.
事故ですよ。こうして無事だし、大したことじゃありません。そろそろ時間だし、失礼します。
It was just a regular accident. I'm still here, so it can't have been too bad. But I should get going. Class is about to start. I bow before moving past Miss Noelle.
四季君、
I turn around in response to hearing my name.
体調がいいのなら、今日からしっかりね。これ以上、無断欠席はしない方が身のためよ。
If you're feeling better, no more unexcused absences, okay? It's for your own good. The returnee from France winks before leaving for the faculty room. I thought I'd be the first one here, but a few of my classmates are already in the room.
早いな、トーノ。金曜どうしたん？
You're here early, Tono. Where were you
おは
Friday?
よう。金曜は体調不良。そっちは朝練終わり？
Morning. Was it feeling good? You done with practice?
そうそう。放課後の部活動だけじゃなく、朝練まで自重しろって話になってきてさ。首相を交代したばっかだってのに。
They're even telling us to cancel those now.
なあ
We only just got a new captain. How's he supposed to step into his role if we can't practice? Even the sports clubs are feeling the effects of all this vampire business. Though that'll change soon. That stuff is over now. Things should go back to normal. "5 minutes till homeroom. Just as I'm bracing myself for a full day of classes."
やっほー、サボりまー。おはようございます。
Jesus Christ. He's back! Good morning! A voice from behind sends my peaceful morning shattering into 1,000 pieces. Is that foreshadowing? I feel like that's foreshadowing. Probably!
やっす、不良くん。金曜日はナイス無断欠席でしたね。
Was not dope as shit. I nearly died. God. Sup, punk? That absence on Friday was dope as shit.
おかげで今朝また一段と元気ありそう。
With your sorry ass
なんだ
here,
よ
my
金土
mornings.
日と寝込んでたんじゃねえの？
My mornings. Wait, you seem fine. The hell, man? I thought you spent the whole weekend conked out in bed.
寝込んでないし、貧弱でもない。
Nope. And I wasn't anemic either.
金曜日はたまたま気分が悪くなっただけで。 家に帰ったら回復したよ。面倒なんでそのまま学校は休んだけど。
Nope. I did feel great on Friday, so I went home to get some rest. I felt better after, but it wound up being too much of a pain to make it back to school.
マジか。あの豪華なお屋敷でのんびりアンニュイライフとか、たった3日でお貴族様の仲間入りかよ。
You gotta be shitting me. You spent 3 days living the good life there and you're already one of them?
住めば都なのな遠野は、めちゃくちゃ羨ましくね。
What a nice guy. Arihiko puts up a brave front. I could probably learn a thing or two from him.
言っとくけど慣れてないぞ。
I'm not wild about it, to be honest.
お前な、あの家がどれだけでかいか見てないから。有彦、遠野の屋敷知ってるのか？
I'm still not wild about it, to be honest. You have no idea how insanely massive it... Wait, have you seen the mansion before?
うんにゃ、知らぬ。あんだけ高いところにあって、かつ周りは塀と林だろ。敷地の中に入らねえと見えねえだろ。
It's way up on the hill, boxed in by a bunch of trees and shit, right? No one's getting a good look at that. You were about to get a surprise, my dude.
いや、デバガメ根性で見たいけどよ。でもほら、オタク、セキュリティとかおすごいんでしょ？
I'd love to check it out, but isn't security there like Fort Knox or some shit?
俺が知るか。ああ、いや、恵子さんの話じゃ年に数回泥棒騒ぎがあるらしいけど、遠野邸に警察が駆けつけたことなんかないって言ってたし。お前だって丘の上の屋敷に泥棒が入ったなんて話聞いたことないだろ。
How would I know? Actually, I think Keiko is the lady that the Arima lady he was living with, I believe. Said there's a couple of break-ins every year, but the cops never get called. You've never heard of anyone breaking into the mansion on top of the hill, have you?
お前、それ、年に数回賊が押し入るのに警察が来ないって、それやばくね？あり地獄っぽくね？
Hold on. There's been a couple of robberies every year and the cops have never been called. Isn't that spooky? You think?
いやだからよ。
If they're catching the burglars before the cops can
そもそも外に出てきてねえんじゃねえの？
even get to them, wouldn't that mean the place's security is top notch? That's why I'm saying, dude, where did the burglars even go after Akiha eats them?
なるほど。それならどんな噂も
I get you. That must be why no one hears about the break-ins. We nod our heads in agreement. Wow. Afraid of where this train of thought might lead us, we quickly decide to change the subject.
同様の事故現場、もう見たか？北口駅前の大火事。地下からの出火だったって話。
Oh yeah, have you checked out the damage from Saturday? You know, the fire on the north side of the station?
いや、まだ見てない。話だが聞いているけど。
No, not yet. I've only heard about it.
俺、北口に改装前のデパートあっただろ。あの前にあった公園がごっそり地下に陥没してる。あれひでえぜ。元に戻すの1年はかかるんじゃねえかな。
You know that you know that old department store by the north
悪いことばかり
exit?
じゃない。警備員やらテレビ
The
局やら
park in
押し寄せ
front
て
of
るんで
it totally
北口のバカども
collapsed.
なりを
It's
潜めや
just
がった
a
から
big
な。
ass crater now. They're saying it'll take a whole year to fix, but I guess it's not all bad. With all the cops and press all over the place, those assholes have screwed off for good.
そうなのか。じゃあ、倉見橋駅のホテルの
Oh yeah? What about the hotel near Kuramibashi Station?
倉見橋のホテルってあのドームホテル？ああ。そういえばあっちでも火災があったんだっけ？
You mean the dorm?
北口の壊
The
れっぷり
Dome
がすごいんで
Hotel?
忘れてたわ。
Right, there was a fire there too, huh? The stuff near the station was so crazy, I totally forgot. I can't blame Arihiko for feeling so indifferent about it. And incident of that scale, which claims so many lives, is still just a story from another town. We live in a time where we're flooded with news. Even when we hear something terrible, it's quickly overridden by the next tragedy.
何にせよ、物騒なのは変わらねえってことか。
Man, nothing changes. The world's still pretty fucked up. Yeah.
そういうお前さんもどうなんだよ。遠野は中学からこっち、貧血持ちのくせに学校だけは休まなかったじゃねえか。ま、登校した瞬間に帰るっていう離れ技は何度かあったけどな。
Anyway, what's up with you? Back in middle school, you never missed a day of school even with your condition. But then again, I guess there were a couple times you bolted right after coming in.
それと似たようなものだよ。交差点あたりまでは登校したんだけど、そこで気分が悪くなって帰ったんだ。
It was the same thing. I made it to the crossing in front of school, but started feeling like crap, so I went home.
弓塚といいお前といい、最近素行が悪いんじゃないか。
Are Breaking Bad? What? Yeesh, both you and Yumizuka are Breaking Bad, huh?
素行が悪いっていうのは否定しないけど、弓塚さんどうかしたのか？
Can't really deny it in my case, but what's going on with Yumizuka?
木曜からずっと欠席。今朝も来てね。あいつもずっと優等生してたからな。いい加減テンパってたのかもしれん。し
Uh-oh.
かし振り点だから上がれないと。
Rest in peace, Sachan, you're a vampire now. If I remember how... If my suspicion is correct. Arihiko certainly has a way with words.
おっと、じゃ俺はこれで。
Shoot, gotta bounce!
さらばだ。金曜サボった分真面目に勉学に励むがいい。
See ya! You better hit the books and make up for Friday. I was just here to be a shit. Arihiko hurries out of the room. He seems excited about something. I'm guessing he's going to hide out in the nurse's office. It's his turn to ditch class, it seems. The moment lunch break begins, Arihiko re-emerges yawning. It's obvious he's been sleeping this whole time. We eat him.
よく寝た。殿、飯食おうぜ、飯。
Tono, Shiki, let's get some food. I'm positive Arihiko's mind runs on an endless loop. Eat, sleep, sex, repeats. Don't know how much of the second last one he's getting, but okay.
そりゃ飯は当然のように食べるけど、いいのか俺なんかに構って。
That's fine with me, but
ランチは
wasn't your
先輩
new
と
thing
一緒
eating
が。
with Ciel?
あ？先輩とランチだ。
Huh? What? Lunch with Ciel? Pulls a sour face at my question. She must have turned him down today. Rip. Or, you know, she's busy with church stuff. We eat lunch together. Arihiko is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed after his nap.
宗谷駅前で検索と。
Let's
何の
see.
進展会もね。
Soya Station Incident. Damn, no updates. Phone in hand, he scours the web, looking for new information. Being disconnected from the world for even a few hours is a life or death matter. You'd think he was just addicted to his phone like every other teenager. But Arihiko's cut from a different cloth. To him, this isn't just a way of killing time. He's looking for ammunition to help him survive each night he's prowling downtown.
ほう、また定番のコンビニレジ強盗ですか。
Another run-of-the-mill convenience store robbery.
店員刃物で腹部を刺され重傷、犯人はアルコール依存症。うへ、痛そう。酔っ払いに話通じねえもんな。
A clerk was stabbed in the stomach by some boozer? Ugh. I bet that hurt too. Can't reason with a drunk either. I'll stick with online shopping, thank you very much. Oh, deleted and banned. Double snipe now. Arihiko continues to work his way through his lunch as he messes around on his phone. The modern version of a father reading the paper during dinner. But now isn't the time for societal critiques.
アリヒコ、食事時にその手のニュース読み上げるの楽しいか？
Arihiko, you having a blast reading the news while you eat?
楽しくねえですよ。けど世間に興味を持たない間抜けな友人のために
Not
世の中の
really.
物騒さを知ら
But
しめなきゃ
someone's
なら
gotta
んでしょ。
look out for his clueless buddy.
聞いてますか、遠野くん。北口は倒壊するわ。酔っ払いは人を刺すわ。無差別に人を殺す通り魔はいるわ。他人事じゃねえかもなんだぜ。
Are you hearing me? The north part of town's being destroyed? Drunks are stabbing people, and there's some punk ass going around killing people left and right. This is happening in our backyard.
それは確かに。でも、通り魔事件はもう起きないんだ。
You say the most suspicious thing, Shiki. I get where you're coming from, but I doubt there will be any more
北口の
killings.
事故はどうしようもないけど、それ以外はいつも通りってことだろ。
Not much we can do about the north part of town. But things should be going back to normal.
そうなの？通り魔って捕まったんだ。
Really? They caught the slasher?
いや、捕まってはいないだろうけど。
Not that I'm aware. The culprit is already dead. There'll be no more tacky headlines in the news about a modern-day vampire roaming the streets. Nor will anyone be killed so senselessly.
ともかく、もうあんなふざけた事件は起きないし、犠牲者も出ないってこと。
Bro, you can't just say that stuff without any way to back it up. It makes it sound like you're the one who did it.
しかし、犠牲者は出ると思うぜ、遠野。
I don't know, man. I think we'll see
出
more.
ないよ。なんで断言できるん
I'm
だ、
telling
アリ
you,
ヒコ。
we won't. Why do you think that?
だって、おい、今朝で9人目の死体が発見されたって。
Well, because they just announced that they found a ninth body this morning. Arihiko shows me the screen of his phone. Huh? I can't believe my eyes. No! Sachan, she is a vampire. It's gotta be. The site has a new update on the murders with a picture of the north side of Soya Station.
マジかよ。ここいつも行ってる映画館の裏じゃねえか。
Shit, this is behind the movie theater we always go
待て。
to.
もう一度よく見せてくれ。
Wait, show me again. I take Arihiko's phone from his hand. It's not some crackpot theory or random hypothesis. Ninth victim of serial killer confirmed by police at press conference is emblazoned on the phone's screen.
そんな。
No way. The revelation has me stunned into silence. Love is dead. I killed him myself. Then why? How can there be more bodies drained of blood turning up? Dude, there are more than one vampire in the world.
しかし、現代の吸血鬼か。
A modern vampire in the flesh,
相
huh?
手が美人のお姉さんなら座れちゃってもいいんだがね。
Don't say stuff like that.
美人の吸血鬼。
Beautiful vampire. Arihiko's words are like ice against my skin. I wouldn't mind getting sucked dry by a beautiful lady. He's obviously kidding, but it doesn't feel like a joke to me.
事件はまだ終わっていない。
Is it over? The discovery of a new victim means there's still a vampire in our midst. And if we were to use the process of elimination, who that vampire should be is abundantly clear. There can be more than one vampire than her, you bruddy. Love is gone, which leaves only one vampire remaining. No. Use your head. Vampires can make offspring. Come on. You forgot about everything she wrote on the whiteboard. Classes come to an end, and school finishes for the day. Or maybe I should say, school was over before I knew it. The worst possible assumptions had clouded my mind, and by the time I realized it, I was sitting alone in an empty classroom.
通り魔殺人はまだ続いている。
The murders haven't stopped. Before I wouldn't have given it a second thought. But she said it herself. She's never killed any humans. I don't blame him, it was a lot to learn. True. I can't see her lying to me about that.
ニュースが間違いなのか。それとも
Did the news get it wrong? Or could it be... Only our Quid would know the answer to that question. If I could just find her, I'm sure all the pieces would fall into place. Have you tried her apartment? You know where it is, buddy. That's why I don't understand what I'm thinking. This is no longer any of my business. When I finished off love, I went back to my old life. I did my job. My part in this should be over. I have no reason to dive back in. Why would I go back to all that craziness of my own volition? I should just go home. Keep walking. When I finish... Oh, whoops. I accidentally went backwards. My bad. I should just go on home, keep walking down this path as if nothing ever happened. I'll go home. That has to be the next best alternative. Though I've been taught since I was little to always choose the best option.
どんな人間だって人生ってのは落とし穴だらけなのよ。君はそれを何とかできる力があるんだから、もっとちゃんとしなさい。
Aww.
そうだ。
That's right.
何もしないって選択だけはしちゃいけない。
Doing nothing isn't an option. Those words saved my life. I've always tried to live by them, so I can't pretend like this has nothing to do with me. This isn't over. Now that I've gotten myself involved, it's my responsibility to see this through to the end. I leave the school. Although I don't have any idea where she could be, I still have the key to her apartment, so I'll start there. She didn't take the key back? Damn. You're in, buddy, you're in. Not here, huh? The apartment looks the same as when I last left it, but our Qued is nowhere to be seen. There are signs that she's been here, though. I'm relieved to see she hasn't just disappeared into thin air.
いいさ。そう簡単に捕まえられるなんて思ってない。
Oh well. I wasn't expecting to find her so soon
と
anyway.
にかく今は行動をあるのみだ。
Now to decide what to do next. I could wait for her here, but there's no knowing when she'll come back. I'll probably have to look for her in town, just like how I first met her. How? Wandering a huge city looking for someone is the worst way to go about this. Bro is dumb. The sun sets over the city, paving the way for the night to reveal itself. Just following the bloodlust, I guess. I take a look around at all the major spots, but I don't manage to catch a hint of Arquid.
どうでもいい時はひょこひょこ歩いてたくせにどうしてこういう時に
She was walking all over the place just a couple days ago. Why is it that when I need her, I can't find her? What do I do? It's still early in the evening. I'll... wander the city for a bit? I'll continue looking. We only met by chance in the first place. And it's not like we're on good terms. Or sorry, it's not like we're on good enough terms that we know exactly where to find each other either. I don't want to rely on sheer coincidence to find her. I'll have to rely... Or sorry, if I don't want to rely on sheer coincidence to find her, I'll have to rely on my own 2 feet and a bit of intuition.
そうだよな。人に会いに行くっていうのはそういうことだ。携帯に頼りすぎだった。
Yeah, that's how it should be. We've grown too dependent on our phones. I mean, what's wrong with using the phone? It's... It's better than wandering aimlessly. Also, I like that the movie poster, the movie is just called Then I. It's called Love, or I guess romance more technically. In a time when no one had a cell phone in their pocket, if a person didn't turn up to a pre-designated meeting spot, you could figure out where they'd be based on their principles and lifestyle habits. It wasn't some kind of feral instinct, but something uniquely human that anyone could do, even in this age saturated by mobile phones. I feel like Nasu's roasting us right now. It's like, you people, you and your cell phones, you don't know how to stalk someone the normal way. Or if someone doesn't show up, you like just send them 25 messages and then go home. And I'm like, well, when my friend didn't show up to a meeting spot, even though I was like, they're probably stuck in traffic. My mom's like, no, we're not waiting a second longer. We're going home. And apparently they showed up 5 minutes after that. Like, and they had no idea what happened to me either. So they wasted time waiting thinking we were just late. So, you know. And I mean, really, buddy. How are you gonna track down Arquade? You're like, you can find where people are based on the principles and lifestyle habits. Okay. What's Arquade's principles? What's her lifestyle habits? You don't know anything, buddy. Unfortunately, there's a limit to how far I can search. I'd be better off focusing on the residential area or the shopping district.
よし。
Alright. After some deliberation, I decide on the shopping district. On my way over, I make sure to keep an eye out as I pass the north and south exits of Soya Station. If she's still here in town, I'll find her. Whatever crowd was between us, I know I'd recognize her in an instant. Nope, this is impossible. It turns out my intuition sucks. Every time I feel like I'm about to find her, every time I think she's going to be around the next corner of the station, I wind up empty-handed. Maybe she's avoiding you. It's been a while since I felt this useless. Actually, it may be the first time it's ever been this bad. I've always tried to avoid overexerting myself since I never knew when my anemia might flare up. Makes me wonder why I thought this search might be worthwhile. You just miss her. Considering I had absolutely no guarantee I'd find her. But the night's not over yet. I'll search just a little longer. My phone buzzes. I wonder who it could be. Arihiko? I look to see.
Shiki-san!
Uh-oh. Could you return to the mansion as soon as possible?
急いでお屋敷に帰ってきてくださいますか。なぜかというと、突然お客様がいらっしゃいまして。
She came to us! Something rather unexpected has happened. A guest has arrived at the
とて
mansion.
も素敵なシキさんのガールフレンドを名乗る外国人の女性と
She's calling us her... Oh no. I was wondering when this was gonna come up because I have seen screenshots of Arquette and Akiha in the same scene, so I was wondering.
朝の一件だけでなく、シキ様がお帰りにならないことに不機嫌だったアキハ様と
Not
かけ
only
ます。
that, but Mistress Akiha is still upset.
その心は
Quite an explosive recipe, don't you think? It's a strange text from Kohaku.
Huh?
Unstoppable force meets immovable object is the subject line. Incredible. My mind goes blank. Does that mean Arquette is at the Total Mansion? I immediately conjure up the worst case scenario, though my wits refuse to accept it. Stupid? Why didn't I realize it earlier? What made me think I could use common sense to pin down someone like Arquette?
にしても意味不明すぎるだろ
Still, of all places, why would she turn up there? Like a hare in flight, I race off. I don't even want to imagine what Arquette could be spouting off to Akiha. And trying to picture Akiha's reaction has me genuinely scared for my life. Looks like I've managed to set a new personal best. Whoops, climbing that hill over hill and reaching the Tono Mansion in record time has me gasping for air. But my trial is far from over.
ごくり
Ugh. Gulp. I begin to catch my breath. My weary shoulders get a reprieve as well. I swear the mansion looks like it came right off the set of a horror movie. Now that I think about it. What?
まあ、ちょうどいいところに。覚悟はできていますね。
Bro's hallucinating. Yeesh. Are people always this willing to make their peace and march to death? There's no running from this now. It would only make things worse. I cast aside my fears and venture inside the grim abode.
ようやくお帰りになったようですね。
I see you finally decided to return home.
あと1分遅かったのならどうなっていたかわからなかったところです。
Who knows what I would have done had you been just a minute later.
あ、やっと帰ってきたな、こいつめ。妹さんばかりか私まで待たせるとか、やっぱり普段から横暴なのね。
So you finally decided to come home, huh? Look at you, making us both wait. Guess you're always like this, huh? They stare at me with polar opposite expressions on their faces. They sound like they're getting along. I know what this feeling is. This must be how a captive feels when they're forced to plead for their life with a gun pointed at the back of their head like in an action movie. Words fail me. I'm unable to come up with any kind of response. I can't believe Arquette and Akiha are face to face in the same room. They're both sitting on the sofa like there's nothing amiss at all. Though unlike Arquette, who seems perfectly calm, Akiha has bitter contempt written all over her face. Akiha glances at me.
どうしたんですか、兄さん。そんなところに立っていないで、どうぞこちらに来て座ってください。
What's the matter? Why don't you come and sit with us instead of standing in the doorway? No way. I inch a little closer to the sofa, but the feeling that I might be stabbed by a knife keeps me from moving any nearer.
ここでいいです。
I'm okay here.
それよりアキハ、こいつはだな。
Anyway, this is, how do I even begin to explain? She already introduced herself. I doubt I could get away with calling her a classmate, and saying she's someone I met in town would probably just make things worse.
その、何ですか？
Go on. Akiha's glare pierces into me. I can tell I'm not going to be let off the hook here. I don't think there's anything I can say that can dig me out of this hole. Still, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings or disturb what little peace I found. You're a coward. You're a coward! There's gotta be another way to explain. What's she even doing here in the first place? How can she sit here spouting away like that? I can't imagine Akiha would let someone she's never met before into the parlor.
その前にいいかな。
Actually, first of
こ
all,
いつなんて言ってやってきたの？
what has she told you? Arquette tilts her head in confusion.
兄さんのご友人ではないんですか？
She is your friend, isn't
こ
she?
の方はそう自称しましたが。
At least that's what I've been told.
ああ、うん。友人といえば友人。
Yeah, you could say that.
そうですか。私にも紹介していただけると嬉しいわ。
I see. Then why don't you introduce us?
兄さんのご友人でしたら、無下にお帰りいただくわけにはいきませんし。
It would be rude of me to just send your friend home.
それはですね、アキハさん。
What? Just say it. Well, the funny thing is, I mumble.
ふん、友人ね。
Oh, I'm just a friend, huh? Arquette works her way into the conversation, probably tired of being ignored.
あんなひどいことしておいて、そういうこと言うんだ。私、まだ体が痛いんだけど。
She knows exactly what she's doing. That's right, Akiha. We were missing for 2 days because we were, doing the nasty multiple times a day with this lady. My head whirls. Now this is some vertigo. Floored, I find myself decoupling from reality with astonishing speed.
それはどういった意味でしょうか？ 私の兄が
Bodily
身
or
体
mental
面
harm?
あるいは精
Damn.
神面において
She's
あなたに
She's
危
trying
害
to
を加え
compose
たとでも
herself. She's trying.
失礼ですがご自分がどれほど信憑性のない発言をしているか理解していますか
Pardon my rudeness, but do you understand what it is you are insinuating?
ええ、バッチリね。でも安心して、そんなのもう気にしていないからちゃんと体で返してもらったし。
I love her. I love her.
なのでどうぞお構いなく。私は四季を誘いに来ただけだもの。すぐに出かけるわ。ね、そうでしょ四季。
I mean, she's not wrong. She's not wrong. See, this is what happens when you decide to be a coward and you like try and hide everything. Is you leave yourself open to these kinds of misunderstandings. Oh my god. All life has left her eyes. Shit, this is bad. The more she talks, the shorter my lifespan it gets.
いやー
Yeah, that is the most natural thing.
ちょっと四季、
Shiki, what are you doing? There's no time to listen to her complaints. Striking Arquade by the arm, I bolt out of the parlor, leaving a stunned Akiha behind. Hisui is waiting in the lobby. I wonder what she's thinking, seeing me with Arquade in tow. I have a hunch I won't like the answer, so I'll worry about that later.
お出かけですか四季様
Are you going out?
不本意ながらすっごく申し訳ないんだけど
Unfortunately, I'm really, really sorry about this, but
玄関の鍵を開けておいてほしい。
could you leave the front gate unlocked for me? Thank you very much.
はいかしこまりました
Of course.
どうぞ
Please take care.
大変お気をつけ
Thanks,
て
you're a real one! I hurry past the bowing Hisui and try to get away from the mansion as fast as possible. See? None of this would have happened if you had just stayed in her apartment.
痛いな。いきなり外に連れ出すなんて四季って常識ないんじゃない？
That hurts. What are you doing dragging me outside all of a sudden? I've never heard a stupider question in my life.
お前こそ何のつもりだよ。真正面からうちの屋敷に来るなんて正気じゃないぞ。もしかして俺の生活をぶっ壊すつもりなのか、このバカ女。
He's such a nice guy. He's a real winner, this one.
バカ女ってあなた私をバカにしてるの？
Oh, so you think I'm stupid
バカ
now?
をバカって言ってんだから、それ以外何があるって言うんだバカ。反論があるなら聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
Is this how you treat your girlfriend? Considering apparently they toned him down in the remake, he was even worse in the original. He used sexual assault as a threat. That's why it's funny when people are like, Shino Emiya is the worst Time Moon protagonist. I'm like, nah, man, Shiki is. Shino's just dumb and gets in over his head. Shiki actually is, yeah. Riz from the 90s be like something like that.
何よ。私は四季に会いに来ただけじゃない。
She's right. Why are you acting like this? All I did was come see you.
そんなに怒られるよう
I
な
don't
こと
think I did
して
anything
ない
that
と思う
bad.
けど。
会いに来ただけって。アルクエイド、お前本気で
She
言っ
just
てる
came
の
to
か？
see me.
そうだけど、何よ。
Yeah? What about it?
何の問題もないからね。魔眼も使ってないし、極めて人間
What's
的
the
なア
big
プローチし
deal?
たん
I
だし。
didn't use my Mr. Guys and I acted totally
シキの
human.
妹さんにだって
I didn't
シ
tell
キ
your
の目のこと
sister
も
anything about
私
your
が
eyes
吸
or
血鬼で
that
あ
I'm
る
a
ことも
vampire.
そこは言わなくてもわかる。そっちの話に関しちゃ常識ありそうだからな。
わかんないな。それじゃあ、なんでそんなに怒ってるのよ、あなたは。
Yeah, literally, why are you that mad? I mean, other than the fact that, like, you know, she implied that they did nasty things together. That you could be mad about, but you could just say that.
そっちがあんまりにも考えなしだからだよ。
Because you don't think before you do
この
things?
際だからはっきり言っておくぞ。周囲の目を考える。自分の特徴を自覚する。
Pot calling the kettle black here.
頼むから、もうちょっとおとなしめに行動すること。お前はいるだけで目立つんだから。
Oh my god, those ears. I feel better now that I've said what needed to be said. Though our Quaid, who's been on the receiving end of it, seems the complete opposite. She glares at me like a pouting cat.
何よ、勝手なことばっかり言って。
Shiki's frickin' bold, though, considering she could snap him in half. Like, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just a simp. But if I had a woman this beautiful and also this deadly in my life, I would just be a yes man. Like... Like, bro, she has enough money that you don't have to come back to this house? You could actually live a nice life with freedom again? She's beautiful. She lets you do whatever the heck you want. Like, what? Where's the problem here? You could leave the country, go to Europe. But nah, man. He wants to keep playing house with his sister that he barely likes. Weirdo.
Daita いるだけで目立つってどうしてよ。私、外見は人間と変わらないでしょ。
No simp old student. That's my project. God, I hate... He has interesting moments, but I'm like, bro.
美人はいるだけで目立つんだよ。人間であるかどうかなんて関係ない。
I replied to her frankly. Maybe it's because I gave her a straight answer, but Arquade readily accepts it. It's also the first time you called her beautiful.
まあ、こっちも言い過ぎた。
Yeah, thank you for realizing that you're being a piece of shit.
こういう修羅場は初めてだったから、気が動転してたんだ。
別にいいよ。悪かったのは私の方みたいだし。
I mean, you're not the one at fault, but... Arquade bows her head in a show of honest remorse. Somehow, I'm starting to feel guilty for thinking maybe she had some ulterior motive. Yeah, you're a piece of shit, Shiki.
De, どうしてうちに来たりしたんだ?
So, why did you come here?
俺もお前に話があったから渡りに船だけど。
Actually, you saved me a lot of trouble. I needed to talk to you anyway.
そうなの？私は単に四季はどうしてるのかなって様子を見に来ただけなんだけど。
Really? I just came to see what you were up to.
そうか、興味本位か。次は木の陰にでも隠れてこっそり見に来てくれ。できるだけ誰にも見つからないように。できる
Bro!
俺にも見つからないように。
She wanted to see you, not satiate her curiosity like you're an animal at the zoo. I feel exhausted all of a sudden. Though this isn't exactly the first I've been caught up in one of Arquade's little whims. And the fact that she didn't tell Akiha anything means she at least put some consideration into my position here.
ともかくだ。真剣に話したいことがある。ここじゃ落ち着かないから場所を変えたいんだけど、いいか？
Anyway, I need to ask you about something. Let's go somewhere we can talk.
いいけど、話って何よ？
That's fine with me. But what is it that you want to ask?
すぐにわかる。そうだな。そろそろ人気もなくなるし、公園あたりがいいかもしれない。
Alright, let's go to the park. Shouldn't be anyone there this time of night. I motioned towards the road and started walking. Arquette tilts her head in curiosity, but follows after me without a word. So, what is it?
吸血鬼のこと。お前、前に言ったよな。巷を騒がしている通り魔殺人は吸血鬼の仕業だって。
You said that the recent murders were the work of a vampire, right? Arquette nods.
それじゃあ、今朝のニュースで新しい犠牲者が出たっていうのは知ってるか？
Did you know that another victim was announced on the news this morning?
昨日の夜に通り魔に殺されて血を抜かれたらしいんだ。
Killed by the serial killer last night and drained of blood. She narrows her eyes. I can tell I've stepped on thin ice. One wrong step will be the end of me.
ふん。
And
それでって。
you cannot be asking her that. And you did it. I swallow nervously. Arquette peers right at me. Her eyes tell me that she's ready to pounce at the slightest movement.
おかしいじゃないか、アルクエイド。
Don't you think that's
グロー
strange?
ブが死んだ。なのに、どうしてまだ吸血鬼騒ぎが起こる？
Bluff is dead,
まさかと
so
は
then
思う
why
け
is there still a vampire
ど、あれは
around? I know there's no point in even asking this, but did you... If this is your doing, I...
はあ、もうそんなわけないでしょ。
Come on, you've gotta be
そ
kidding.
れは私じゃなくて他の吸血鬼の仕業よ。
That wasn't me, it's another vampire. Arquette interjects, slicing through the tension. A strange happiness wells up in my throat. But I shouldn't get my hopes up yet. It's great that it was another vampire, but there's still a couple things that don't make sense.
他の吸血鬼の仕業って、そう次から次へと吸血鬼が出てくるのか？
Are vampires so
ブローブの後に
common
すぐ
that a new
新しい
one would
吸血鬼が
appear
やって
so
きた。
soon after Bluff?
まさかあの事件は初めから一人の吸血鬼の仕業よ。
Of course not. This was always the work of a single
この
vampire.
町を食い物にする新しい吸血鬼なんてやってこないし、ブローブだってあの事件には全く関係ないわ。
Oh! What a twist! No new vampire is going to set up shop and finish what he started. Flav was never connected to the killings in the first place. So Shiki just totally got it wrong. Flav was never
関係ないっ
connected?
て、それどういう意味だよ？
What do you mean he was never connected?
言った通りの意味だけど、もう四季って切れるようでどこか抜けてるのね。
Exactly what I said! Jeez, I guess you've been too angry to pay attention.
いい？確かにブローブは吸血鬼だったけど、あいつは人の血を吸っていた？
Sure, Blob was a vampire. But did he drink human blood? Yes. He bit into that one girl right in front of us that one time.
吸っていたかって当然だろう。あいつはあんなに人間を片っ端から燃やして。
Yeah, he's burning them to ash. He's not eating them, though. Oh, so that's it. How did I not notice something so obvious? The bodies left behind by the serial killings had been drained of blood, but they were otherwise unscathed. But Vlav was different. He burned his victims. He drank their blood too, but draining them was never his modus operandi. Come to think of it, the victims at the hotel weren't connected to the serial murders. They were treated as casualties of a fire. Which means Vlav must not have had any connection to the serial murders to begin with.
待ってくれ。じゃあ吸血殺人事件は何なんだ？
Hold on, then who's behind the serial murders?
一体どこの誰があんな真似をしてやがる？
Who's responsible for those killings?
だからあの事件はブローブとは別の吸血鬼の仕業なの。
Like I said, that's the work of a different vampire.
私はその吸血鬼を
That's
殺す
who
た
I
めにこの
came
町に
here
やっ
to
てきた。
kill. Oh my god, Flob was never even the target. He was just an extra.
ちょっとあやふやになってきたわね。
The reason why Flob came... things have gone a lot more complicated now.
てっきり私を追いかけてきた一人かと思ったけど、ブローブにはそれだけの理性、使徒社会における協調性はなかったみたいだし。
I was certain he was just after me, but now I'm not sure.
ブローブは死んだんだし。
But enough about him. He's dead anyway. Who cares about that?
とにかくブローブとこの町に救っている吸血鬼は別物よ。ブローブは正真正銘無関係の第三者。
Just a third party.
私、標的がブローブだなんて言わなかったでしょ？
I never said I was after him, did I?
ブローブにとっての標的は私だったけど、私にとっての標的はこの町で通り魔と言われている吸血鬼だけよ。
Love might have had his sights set on me, but my target has always been the vampire humans call the Soya Slasher.
シキ、まさかとは思うけど、ものすごく単純な勘違いしてたとか？
Shiki, I hate to say it, but did you get your wires crossed there? Yes, he did. I swallow nervously. Arquade's right, though. She said her goal was to kill the vampire, which I assumed was Love.
それじゃあ何か？あの夜ブローブと殺し合った
What
の
do
は
you mean it was all for nothing? He still could have killed people.
無意味じゃないわ。シキは私の代わりに戦ってくれたんじゃない。
No, it wasn't meaningless.
シキさえ私を殺さなかったら、その必要もなかったでしょうけど。
Then again, I suppose you wouldn't have needed to if you hadn't killed me in the first place. Got him there. The exhaustion hits me with such that it feels like my knees will give out at any second. It was all pointless. Killing Vlav changed nothing in the end. Well, I mean, it kept a bunch of people from being, you know, set on fire and stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. If you're a police officer and you catch one murderer, does that mean all murder is going to stop forever? Like... You killed one vampire. You solved one crisis. Who's to say that was ever going to be the end of it? Like, come on. He's kind of dumb. And even if it was for a split second, I tried to pin the blame on Arquade. Yeah, you suck. Shit. Disappointment and self-loathing swirl around in my head.
悪い。しつこいけど、最後に確認させてくれ。
Oh, sorry. I know this is a stupid question, but let me make sure I've got this right.
ブローブは吸血鬼殺人には関係なくて、ここ1ヶ月街を騒がしているのは別の吸血鬼ってことだな。
So you're saying the vampire who's been on a killing spree and leaving bodies around town for the last month wasn't Vlav?
うんそういうこと、
Mm-hmm.
でもこれは私が済ませる問題だから式は気にしないでいいよ。そんなことよりね
More importantly, what? What? Arcade looks up at me, a wide smile brimming across her
なん
face.
だよ。言っておくけど、ものすごく
What?
余裕がないぞ。
Whatever you have in mind, count me out. My feelings all over the place right now. Anything she says could knock me right off my feet.
ちょっとした疑問よ。二人でグローブを倒した時のこと。ねえ、なんで3分だったの？
I have a question for you. When we were fighting Vlog, why did you say you only had 3 minutes?
なんでって何が？
What do you mean, why?
式、3分しか時間はないって言ってたじゃない。どうして3分なのか全然わからなくて。
You said you only had 3 minutes, and I still can't figure out the
あ
reason.
のな、言っただろ。あそこは海の底みたいなものだって。だから3分しか無理だって言ったんだ。
I told you, didn't I? That place was like the bottom of the ocean, so at best I could have only lasted 3 minutes.
ん？海の底だと3分なの？
Huh? You'd only have 3 minutes at the bottom of the ocean? Well, he'd have even less. That was a close one. If I was feeling like my usual self, I would have shot back with something snarky.
まあそうだよ。人間はお前みたいなのと違って、それぐらいしか水に潜っていられないの。
Well, you see, we're not built like you. Humans can only dive underwater for so long.
何よ。私だってちょっとは寒かったわ。
Hey, I was cold too, you know.
海の底だって何時間も潜ってたら退屈だし。
Besides, who'd want to hang around at the bottom of the ocean? That sounds super boring. You don't want to go look at the blobfish? It was chilly, she says. Meanwhile, I genuinely thought I was dead.
下を向いてどうしたの？
いや、ちょっとめまいがして。気にしなくていや、気にしてくれ。
Actually, no, you should worry about
実
it.
際海に潜ったら3分だって怪しいからな。人間はか弱いんだから頑丈なお前と一緒にするな。吸
Even
血鬼は
3
吸
minutes
血
is
鬼同士
pushing it for a human.
我慢比べでもやっててく
We're
れ。
not like you, you know? We're flimsy. So keep your endurance contest to yourself. I wave Arquid off with one hand as I cradle my head with the other.
今さら言っても始まらないか。
Though I guess that's not gonna fix anything now.
お前たちが化け物じみてるのは身に染みてるし。
I already know firsthand how strong you are.
いえ。
Oh, she is not happy. Look at that body posture. Look, the vlog thing was me being dumb.
それよりアルクエド、
But Arquid, I calm myself and begin to say something, but when I look up, what's with that expression on her face?
アルクエド。
何よ、式の意地悪。
Damn, well, she's right.
どうせ私は人間じゃないですよーだ。
But who cares? It's not like I'm human anyway. Arquid turns the other way in a huff and starts walking.
おい、ちょっと待て。どこ行く気だよ。
Wait, where are you going?
人間な式には関係ない。ついてこないでよね。
Why do you care? You're just a human. Arquid storms off without even a glance in my direction. She seems genuinely upset. Where is she going? Who cares? Chase after her, you dumbass! It must have struck a nerve. Looking back, maybe I was being a little unfair.
いや、でもそんな悪口言ってないぞ。
Did it say anything mean? Well, I mean, outright not anything mean, but I can see where she's coming from. Did I? Considering how mad she is, I feel like I must have earned it, like really earned it. In fact, I feel like an asshole. Well, chase after her!
悪かった。今のは俺が悪かった。
Ah, fine, sorry, I was
だ
wrong!
から待て、止まれってば。
So wait up! I rush after the white silhouette in front of me, not just because I feel guilty. In case she's forgotten, we still have important things to discuss. I don't think she wants to talk to you right now. Arcade walks through the night full of purpose. Her golden hair flutters in the air. She looks the same as she did when I first laid eyes on her, the same as when she first faced love amidst all that collapsed rubble. Gone is the tenderness I felt a second ago. She has the air of a hunter, stalking its prey, her movements now sharp and deliberate.
バルクエイド。
Arcade doesn't respond. She continues marching forward.
話を聞けって。どこに行くつもりだよ。
Are you listening to me? Where are you going? The white huntress doesn't stop. I can't back down. But I also can't manage to do anything else for now. So I follow behind her, silently. Tap, tap, tap. We walk in complete silence except for the sound of our footsteps. Until, that is, Arcade comes to an abrupt halt and turns towards me.
ついてこないで。あなたみたいな普通の人間にいられると迷惑だってわからない。
Stop following me. Do you not understand? A regular human like you will only get in the way.
人間で悪かったな。何をしているのか教えてくれたら帰るよ。
Well, sorry for being a human. If you can at least tell me what it is you're doing, I'll go home.
式には関係ないからほっといて。
This has nothing to do with you. Leave me alone. Arcade. Let's try that again. Arc twirls around and begins walking again. Well, damn. It looks like I'm getting the silent treatment again. Yeah, it's your fault. You did it to yourself, my bro. We leave the shopping district and come to an underpass when Arcade stops suddenly.
見つけた。
There it is. What? Arcade's voice is cold. She sounds like a completely different person. A shiver trickles down my spine. Even from behind, I can tell by her posture how ready she is to fight.
何を。
What are you doing? I don't say it. I know exactly what she's doing without having to ask. A pure, unbridled hostility flows from her, freezing the air.
おい、何考えてるんだ、お前。
One sec, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Rumi-chan was making wild movements in the doorway, so I went to go see what was up. Arquay doesn't answer. Whoops. I know. Her gaze is fixed on a perfectly normal-looking man in a suit.
シキ、メガネを外してあの人間を見てみなさい。
Shiki, take off your glasses and look at that human.
あの人間って前にいるあの男。
Maybe Rumi-chan was prepping for a fight too. Yes, the fight called Going to the store, do you need anything?
早く。
I guess she texted me, but I didn't hear the phone go off. Hurry, if you're so dead set on knowing what it is I'm doing, save your questions for later.
あんまり街中で見たくはないんだけど。
I'd rather not see that stuff while I'm outside. Well, too bad, buddy. Going to the store, a true battle. Especially on, like, a Saturday. At the start of the school year, too, you're fighting with all the university kids that are back from break. I remove my glasses. My temples throb. In exchange for the pain, the lines running across the ground and walls come dimly into view.
確認しておくけど、あなたの線は生物の方がはっきり見える。
Just to check, are the lines you usually see clearer on living things?
ああ、その方がより確かに見える。
Yeah, they stand out more.
でしょうね。あなたは生物だから鉱物の死を理解できない。
I figured. You're a living thing yourself, so it's hard for you to comprehend the death of an inanimate object.
形の上の摩耗というカテゴリーの結果は見えても、鉱物たちにとっての終わりは見えない。そのためには彼らと同じ視点、
You
同
may
じ価
be
値観を
able
得
to
なくてはいけ
imagine
ない
it wearing away, but not the actual end of its existence. You need to share both a point of view and values to truly understand something like that.
死を見るためには命を理解しないといけないから。
In order to see something's death, you need to understand how it lives in the first place.
それじゃあついでに聞くけど、今の式から見て、あの人間はどんな感じ？
Next question, what does that human look like to you right now? I don't see how he'd be any different. I stepped back by reflex. What is that? Every human being has lines on them. Most only have a few which gently trace their bodies in geometric patterns. But what the fuck is that? The lines are scrawled all across his entire body like bulging veins and arteries. The man's covered in them. I can't even see what he looks like under them. I want to throw up. He's backwards. That's not a person with lines. It's as if the lines themselves have assumed a human form.
式にはどう見える？私としては式には普通の人間に見えていてほしいんだけど。
How does he look? I'm hoping he appears human to you. I'm unable to give Arquette an answer. It takes all my focus to not vomit.
そう。
I see.
残念ね。式はあれにも死を見てしまっているなんて。
It's a shame that you can see death in that too.
あ、なんか普通とは違う。
Yeah.
けど線は
It's different from how it normally is, but I can still see his lines.
やっぱり死者さえ殺せるのね、あなたは。
I knew it. You're able to kill the dead too.
命があるなしの問題さえ無関係。動いているもの、破壊できるものなら例外なく停止させる。何よ、本当の化け物はあなたの方じゃない。
So it makes no difference whether something is alive or not. As long as the thing can move or be destroyed, you can put an end to it. No exceptions. Between the two of us, who's the real monster here?
シキが見ている通り、あれはもう人間とは呼べないわ。
As you can see for yourself, that thing can no longer be called human.
死という負債を他人の血でごまかし続ける吸血鬼だから。
It's a vampire, desperate to cheat death by robbing the blood of others. Arquette quickens her pace. She makes a beeline for the unexceptional looking man.
おい、アルクエイド。
Arquette, what do you...
シキはそこにいて。
Stay there. The man disappears from sight, perhaps having become aware of Arquette. Or to be precise, the thing leaped away with inhuman speed. He flees deeper into the safety of the darkness beneath the tracks. Arquette is already nowhere to be seen. She's left the refuge of the rusted lights to follow the man into the darkness. Thump. I can feel my heartbeat in my ears. It's still early in the evening. A car passes by with its headlights blazing. A train rattles along overhead. Despite all this noise, I lose the sense of anyone around me. Thump! My glasses. I need to get my glasses back on now. If I don't, I'll see something far worse. Something so dark, so terrifying, it'll make the things I've seen pale in comparison. Thump! But my body won't move. My eyes eagerly gaze into the darkness, as if drawn to the patchwork world that Arquette has entered. I blink, and silence envelops me. Did I get you guys? The wind, even the smell of the earth. It's like everything has been frozen in place. Screeching. Under the ice-cold moon, an eerie noise emanates from beyond the shadows. You got me? Excellent! I'm sorry, I couldn't resist. The atmosphere was just perfect. I had to take the chance. Especially with spooky month just around the corner. An eerie noise emanates from beyond the shadows. Grinding. I shouldn't be able to see anything. Or even hear. Squelching. But I did see it. My eyes catch a glimpse of the moment death meets death. My vision turns vermilion. How is it possible that these eyes see death even in pitch darkness? My glasses. If I don't get them on this minute, I think I'll lose it. Fighting off the urge to vomit, I slip on my glasses with trembling hands. Light and sound return. I steel myself and scan my surroundings, but find nothing out of place under the tracks. Nobody around. A couple of cars, maybe. but it's still just a normal city at night. A pocket of civilization where humans can live, sheltered from danger. An oasis where no harm shall ever befall them. I have trouble breathing. Even with my glasses on, the creature's death lingers in my peripheral vision, making me sick. Out of the darkness emerges Arquette, her footsteps unsteady. She's breathing even harder than I am.
Shiki. そっか。まだ残ってたんだ。
Oh, you're still here. Arquette averts her grimacing face and sways past me. Her steps seem weak and frail. To be honest, I still haven't gotten over my own nausea. But seeing Arquette in such pain, that's now the least of my worries.
待てよ。一体どうしたんだお前。
Wait, what happened to you? I grab her shoulder as she tries to leave. Arquette turns slowly, her eyes flat.
大丈夫よ。少し疲れただけだから構わないで。
I'm fine, just a little tired. Don't mind me.
式には全然関係がないんだから。
This doesn't have anything to do with you anyway.
バカ。疲れているなら休め。
You moron, if you're tired, get some rest.
変に汗かいてるし、どう見ても重
You're
傷だぞ。
sweating all over. You're obviously hurt. I take hold of her arm as I try to control my own breathing.
何よ。そういう式だって今にも倒れそうな顔してる。
So what? You look even worse than I do.
俺のはただの貧血。いつものことだ。
It's just some anemia. Happens all the time.
人を気にしてる余裕があるなら自分の体も気遣えよ。
You should worry about yourself before worrying about other people.
いいのよ。どうせ気遣っても無
It's
駄なんだから。
fine. Not like I can do anything about it. Arquette's breathing is so weak, it pains me to hear.
まさかお前あの時の傷。
Huh? Don't tell me. Are you still hurt from? I can't finish the question. You got that wound protecting me. Arquette casts her eyes downward, refusing to answer. That must be a yes.
あもう何度言わせるんだこのバカ。
How many times are you gonna make me say it?
そんな体でおとなしくできないのか。
Can you not just take it easy for once?
おとなしくしてるつもり
I
なんだけどな。
thought I was.
全然してない。人間離れしてるからって治りきってないのに出歩くやつがいるか。
You're not at all. Why are you out when you have an injury that hasn't even healed? This is making me realize just how angry I am. I can't let her do this. I can't abandon her no matter how much trouble she
お
is.
前本当に何してんだよ。
What were you hoping to achieve
ほら
here?
黙ってないで答えろ。話してくれるまで
Spill
お前
it.
から離れないからな。
I'm not leaving until you tell me everything. I grab her by the shoulders. Her eyes remain downcast, but she manages a slight nod.
もう割としつこいのねあなたって。
You really are persistent.
いいわ。それじゃあ場所を変えましょう。この道
Okay.
さっ
Let's go
きの
somewhere
も外れだった
else.
みたいだし。
That one turned out to be a dud anyway. Arquette brushes away my hands and spins on her heel. We're not headed for the shopping district, it seems. Instead, she guides me towards the park. We arrive soon enough. Did her injuries heal on the way here? She appears to be back to her usual self.
あっさり元に戻ってるし。もしかしてさっきは油断して傷を負ったとかいうオチじゃないだろうな。
You look better already. I hope this wasn't all over just a couple scratches.
違うよ。傷が治りかけなのは本当だってば。
My injuries really are still healing. That part wasn't a
治
lie.
りかけなのは本当だ。
But that part, huh?
本当じゃないことも言ったってことだよな。
Then you did lie about other stuff?
何その言い方。すっごくいやらしいんですけど。
What's that supposed to mean? I can't win with you
お前
sometimes.
の言動が怪しすぎるんだよ。
Everything you do is
文
suspicious,
句がある
girl.
ならさっき何をしてたのか話してみろ。
If you got something to say, why don't you start by telling me what you were doing?
大方予想はついてるけど何をあんな痛がってたんだ。
I think I have a general idea, but what's hurting you so much?
さて、それじゃあ式のお望み通り、私が何をしていたかを話してあげましょう。
Alrighty, just as you asked, it's time to let you in on what I was doing. He's clearly doing this to change the topic. And again, this is what I wanted to know. How she's feeling can wait for the time being.
じゃあ確認からさせてくれ。
So, let me get this straight.
さっきのやつは吸血鬼の手足になってる死者だな。
That guy from before was one of the vampire zombie
あれの
flunkies?
大元がお前の本当の敵。
And his boss is the one you're after?
なんと、今度は話が早いのね、式。
Hey, you're pretty quick on the uptake this
そ
time.
いつはどうも。俺だって少しは頭は回るからね。
Thanks. I'm not as dumb as I look.
大
I
体の
think
事
I've
情は
gotten
飲
the
み込
gist
め
of
てい
what's
る。
going on.
良きかな良きかな。
Good, good.
式の可愛い勘違いはブローブのことだけってことね。
That means your only adorable misunderstanding was about love.
可愛いって言うな。仕方ないだろ。あの時は自分のことだけで手一杯だったんだから。
That's hardly fair. How was I supposed to know? I was too busy trying to keep myself alive.
自分のことだけで手一杯。ね。
Yourself, huh?
そういうことにしておいてあげましょう。
Let's leave it at that. We don't even get the whiteboard this time. No whiteboard. Just the ground. Maybe she'll draw some stuff in the sandbox. Arquette twirls around like something's fun about all this and peers into my face. What's with her?
いいから話。さっきの男はもうとっくに死んでいたんだな。
Thank you for the head pat. Getting back on track, that man was already
あれ
long
は
dead,
あいつの
wasn't
しも
he?
べだから始末しただけ。
That's right. I only dealt with him because he's a servant of my target.
下級の死者だったけど、それでも放っておくと人間を殺して力を蓄えられてしまうから。
That was a low-ranking zombie, but left unchecked, he would have kept killing people and amassing power for his master.
式、ホテルで話した吸血鬼の話、覚えてる？
Do you remember the vampire crash course I gave you at the hotel? Vaguely. There was a lot of whiteboards and dialogue. Of course, I nod. The ecology of vampires, Castellans, and the hierarchy of their subjects. Sires hunt and kill humans to turn them into their minions. Then they hide away while those minions gather blood for them. Arquette also spoke about the difference between Castellans and the older types of vampires. Immortal, weak to the sun, the stereotypical vampire.
それはもう教えてもらった。
I remember everything you told me.
じゃあお前の追っている敵とやらが殺人事件の吸血鬼で間違いないんだな。
So you're sure that the vampire you're after is the one behind the killings?
ええ、間違いないわ。
Without a doubt.
たとえあいつが手を下したのは最初の一人だけだとしても、そこから発生した死者たちの殺人は全部あいつの成果になる。
Even supposing they only killed their first victim, they're still responsible for everyone killed by their underlings. That's why.
さっきみたいに街を歩き回って吸血鬼のしもべを探してい
You
た。
were walking around town looking for the vampire's
そうす
minions.
れば親の居場所がわかるのか。
Because that'll help you find the one at the top?
強く親に結びついたしもべならね。けど今のところ外ればっかり。
Only if they have a strong connection with their sire. I've had no luck thus far, though.
棺。敵の潜伏場所が見つからないのはそれだけ多くの死者を使っているからよ。
I still haven't found any traces of the vampire's coffin or their lair, which means they must have hordes of the dead at their beck and call.
あいつが自分の手を汚すのは数回だけ。あとは死者にした人間を操って自分は眠っているだけで領地を広げていく。
The one I'm looking for only dirties their hands on rare occasions. Most of the time, they slumber away while their lackeys go out and expand their
こ
domain.
の町の犠牲者は100人を超えている。
This town's had more than 100 victims.
あなたたちが騒いでいる犠牲者なんて人知れずいなくなった人間の一部
Those
分に
that
過
make
ぎない。
news are just a handful of the people that have gone missing. Hearing it all again makes my blood run cold. 2 days ago, I had thought Blob was the cause of all this. And being able to channel all those emotions into killing him is what kept me sane. But this time is different. The murders continue. More than 100 victims attacked and drained of their blood, killed by former humans. But then they're robbed of their rest. They become walking corpses like that clump of lines and are made to prowl the town for more victims. It was just 3 days ago. I recall the people annihilated at the hotel. Though I was there too, I wasn't able to witness their final moments. That's why I can only imagine the butchery that took place that night. It's no different now. It's hard to fully accept the notion that there's a vampire out there thirsting for human blood, all for the sake of stretching the boundaries of its domain. But it does beg the question. How would I feel without the slightest warning? If, without the slightest warning, one of my loved ones was killed in such a horrific way? It's a morbid thought to consider. That's to be sure, but I ponder it for a second. Rest in peace, Sachan. I picture Akiha having her blood drained and being tossed away like garbage. Breath hisses between my teeth as I try to rid myself of the vertigo gnawing at my brain. The very thought of that should enrage me, yet I feel strangely cold. Now's the time to think, not the time to let my emotions run rampant, I tell myself. The fact is, there's a very real possibility that this could come to pass as soon as tomorrow. It's pitiful that I never realized just how much danger we were in, but I can chastise myself for that later.
やっぱり怒ったわね、シキ。
You're mad I didn't tell you.
私があなたに話したくなかったのは、これは捕食される側。人間にとってどしがたいものだからよ。
I didn't say anything because there's nothing humans can do about it. To them, you're cattle.
シキにしてみれば、吸血鬼の行為は認められないものでしょうから。
I'm sure it's difficult for you to accept what it is vampires do. She's right. Morality and correctness have nothing to do with this. I just can't accept what they do. Even if the victims were complete strangers to me, each of them had a past and a future to call their own, all of which were dashed in an instant. I may not know what those lives were like, but that doesn't make them cheap commodities to be used and discarded. I wouldn't want to die like that, at the whim of some creature. It's just too cruel. Cruel and wrong. It's all so meaningless.
でも安心していいよ、シキ。
Shiki, you don't need to
吸
worry.
血鬼たちの天敵はこの国にはいないみたいだけど、今は私がちゃんといるんだから。
The vampire's natural predators might not be here in Japan, but I am. They have natural predators.
言ったでしょ。私の目的は町を犯している吸血鬼を退治することだって。
I told you, didn't I? The reason I'm here is to hunt the vampire infecting your city. Arcade brightens in a flash, a far cry from her attitude a moment ago. Honestly, her words make me feel a lot better. I know just how incredible she is, and how far she'll go to protect humans. She shielded us from Vlov's ice without a thought for herself. But that also gives me pause. An obvious question I've had since before the fight with Vlov.
それがわからない。
That's what I don't get.
アルクエイドだって吸血鬼なんだろ。どうしてそんな人間の味方みたいなことをするんだよ。
You're a vampire too, right? Why would you go so far for us humans?
私、別に人間の味方をしているわけじゃないよ。
It was never my intention to help humans.
それ以外にやることがないからやってるだけだもの。
I simply have nothing better to do. Damn. He has nothing better to do?
ま、そんなことをやっているから狙われるんでしょうけど、そこはそれ、必要経費みたいなものかしら。
Though I suppose that's probably what ends up making me such a prime target. You could call it an operating expense, I guess.
お前の言いたいことはまるでわからないけど、その例えだけは間違ってるぞ、きっと。
I don't really get what you mean, but I'm positive you're using that wrong.
まあまあ、細かいことは気にしないで。
Oh, don't sweat the small stuff.
そんな引く手あまた、ヘイトいっぱいな私だったけど、シキがブローブを倒してくれたでしょ。これで障害は何もなくなったわ。
I've got enemies lining up around the block, but you're the one who defeated Vlov, and because of that, he can't hurt anyone else.
あとはこの町に潜んでいる敵を見つけて、なんとか始末してみせるから。
All that's left is for me to track down the other vampire lurking in this town and deal with them.
シキは今まで通り普通の生活に戻って、私たちなんかに関わらなくていいんだよ。
You don't need to get involved anymore. You can go back to your old life.
ああ、うん。そりゃ嬉しいけど。
Well, I mean, I appreciate that, but... Are you really sure you'll be okay on your own? The words form in the back of my mind, but I shake my head to send them away. Something must be wrong with me. Why should I care if she winds up getting herself into danger?
シキ？何よ、また難しい顔しちゃって。
Shiki, what's wrong with you looking all frowny?
シキの聞きたい話ってこれで終わりでしょ？他には何もないと思うけど。
That's everything you wanted to know, wasn't it? I don't imagine there would be anything else. I mean, I have about 1,000 more questions, but right now...
そりゃ難しい顔ぐらいする。これは俺たちが住んでいる町の問題なんだから。
Of course I'm frowning, you idiot. This is my home.
だから気にしなくていいんだって。
I told you, you don't have to worry about that.
これからは毎日町を見て回って、もうこれ以上犠牲者は出さないようにするし。
I'm going to be looking around town every day, making sure there aren't any more victims.
それとも、そんなに私の性能を信用できない？
Or do you just distrust my strength that much? I really don't want to get involved, but protecting the city... It should be the responsibility of someone who lives here, not our quid.
アルクエイド、その、お前の言う敵は強いのか？
Our quid? Is the vampire you're after strong?
あのブローブよりもっと。
Like, even stronger than Vlov?
まさか。 ブローブはああ見えてもその一人よ。
Please. Despite his appearances, Vlav was still an ancestor.
この町に救った吸血鬼はブローブより純度は落ちるわ。
The vampire who's nested up here is on a lower level of purity.
そうか。ならお前がやられることはないんだな。
I see. Then you're not in any real danger, right?
断言はできないわね。ちょっと前までの私なら問題なかったと思うけど、今の私は病み上がりだもの。
Can't say for
敵の
sure.
方が力をつけている可能性が
It would
高
have
い
been
わ。
no problem before, but now I'm on the mend. This vampire may well be stronger than me. Hold on a second. I nodded along without really thinking about what she said. Our quid is on the mend?
いやいや、風邪でもひいたのかお前。
What? Did you catch a cold or something?
というか吸血鬼って風邪ひくのか。
And wait, do vampires even catch colds?
ええ、とんでもなく野蛮な通り魔を一つね。
Uh-huh. I ran into a pretty savage
塔
slasher.
の式っていう名前の悪質なウイルスなんだけど、ご存知かしら。
It's this nasty virus they're calling Shiki Tono. Have you perchance heard of it?
ああ、いや、それはその。
Oh,
ごめんなさい。
sorry. Pretty sure I just kicked the hornet's nest. Yeah, I sure did.
冗談よ。式の傷はもう治ってるわ。ただちょっと治すのに想定以上の力を使って疲れてるだけ。
I'm just kidding. I've already recovered from all that. Just, well... It's just that I had to use more power than I expected, so... I'm a little tired.
痛いのはブローブから受けた傷の方。こっちはまだ外を塞いでいるだけだから。
It's the hit I took from love that's really hurting right now. All I've done so far is close it. Arquette touches her stomach lightly. I'm responsible for that wound, too. She only got it because she protected me. I'm at a loss. All of Arquette's pain has been my fault. So then why? Why doesn't she hold even the slightest grudge? How could she smile at me so innocently? I mean, she did hold a grudge at first.
せめて傷が治るまでどこかで休んでればいいじゃないか。今さら1日や2日休んだって変わらないだろう。
Stop that. Shouldn't you at least rest somewhere until you're better? A day or two wouldn't make that much of a difference, would it?
ダメよ。ブローブと戦ったことで敵も私が来たことに気づいているはずだもの。
I can't
休
do
んだりした
that.
らそれこそ私が弱っていると知らせるようなものだわ。
I'm here after our battle with love. Resting would just tell them that I'm weak.
だからって今夜みたいな真似を続けていくのか。
Then you're just going to keep doing what you did tonight?
ええ。敵の居場所がわからない以上、あいつに血を送っている死者を片っ端から潰していくしかない。
I am. If I don't know where they are, all I can do is systematically take down their underlings.
そうして血の供給源を断てば、本体が直に血を吸いに現れる。
With their blood supply cut off, they'll have to come out of hiding to feed.
それがもし明日だったらどうするんだ。
And what if that ends up happening tomorrow?
弱っているのを隠したところでそんな体じゃ逆に殺されるようなものなんだろう。
You'll just get yourself killed with your injuries as they are, so don't. I stopped short of telling her not to push herself and stare at my feet. Arquette is right. If she shows even a hint of weakness, then Vampire will come to kill her regardless. These last 2 days have taught me something. When it comes to fighting, Arquette can be brutal to the core. 「 brutal to the core. rather than avoiding personal injury. Her strategy is all about finding a surefire way to take her enemy down. She prioritizes her objective above anything else. She doesn't force herself into believing anything but the truth. Arcade, is it going to stop? I won't get another chance to talk with her like this if I let her go. She's not scared of death. So, why'd she have to smile like that? If I could have just not seen that smile, if she just acted more like a vampire, and would it feel like this?
どうしたのシキ？
What's wrong?
体震わせちゃって、もしかしてトイレ？
You're shaking. Gotta go to the bathroom?
お前ってやつはどう
How
してそ
can you
う
be so... She's so carefree about all this. I lift my head. In front of me stands the woman in white. Can't pretend like none of this happened. I don't know what this feeling is. But I know I can't forget the 2 days we've spent together. That's why, if I leave her now, only for her to wind up dead tomorrow, I'll never forgive myself.
勘弁してくれ。ただでさえ両目が壊れてるのに頭まで壊れかけてる。
Give me a break. My eyes were already screwed up and now my mind is going the same way. I don't want to deal with vampires anymore. The fight with love flashes through my mind. Terror still lingers in my bones, enough to send a chill down my spine. It's the same now. This other vampire is supposed to be strong too. There's no need for me to involve myself. Arcade says she can handle it. So I should just leave it to her. And yet, even though I know that's the logical thing to do, I can't let her do this alone.
ああ、もうどうかしちまったのか俺は。
I must be out of my mind! I kick at the ground. More than anything, I'm pissed off at how illogical I'm being.
何？どうしたのシキ？いきなり怒り出し
What's
ちゃって。
wrong? Why are you so mad all of a sudden?
そりゃ怒りたくもなる。なんだって俺はあんな目にあったっていうのにこんなたわごとを口にしようとしているのかって。
Why wouldn't I be mad? I went through all that shit and I'm still gonna say something stupid. The idea of what I'm about to utter makes me dizzy. If I had a mirror in front of me, I'd give my reflection a smack in the face.
落ち着いて。普通じゃないわよあなた。
Okay, let's just calm down. You're acting pretty weird, you know.
なあ、普通じゃないさ。普通じゃなかったらこんなこととても口にはできないだろう。
Yeah, of course I'm weird. No normal person would be saying this. Cursing to myself, I scratch at my head like I could drag the words right out. As much as I don't want to believe it, I've already decided. I said as much, didn't I?
もう全然わかんない。
Wow, I don't get you at all, weirdo.
ちゃんと説明しなさい。さっきからこんなことって何がこんなことだって言うの？
Oh, how the tables have tabled. Explain yourself already. What is it that you've been freaking out about?
だから
Don't you get
お前の
it?
体が治りきるまで手伝ってやるってそう言いたいんだよ
What
俺
I
は
want to say is I'm going to help you until you are all better, damn it! Huh? Huh? Arquade looks taken aback. I finally got it out. In a way. Now that I've actually said the words, I've started to calm down. Maybe.
シキ、今の本当？
Shiki? Do you really mean that? When's the wedding? God, really? I groan. Even I still can't believe what I just said.
私、ちょっと聞き損ねちゃった。
I think I misheard you.
お願いだから、
Say that
も
for
う
me
一
one
度言って。
more time, will you? Another groan. But it's too late to go back now. That's like when they're like, what did you call me? Huh? Did you say I'm your girlfriend? Did you? I don't think I heard that. Can you say that again? I stopped being able to lie to myself the second I said it.
早く、私、今のセリフもう一度聞きたい。
Come on, I want to hear you say it again. She urges me with a voice close to a whisper. Averting my gaze from her beaming face, I try my best to sound angry.
だからアルケイドが弱ってるのは俺の責任だし街にはびこってる化け物を
I'm
放
just
ってお
saying.
けないし
It's my fault that you're not at 100%, and I can't just let the city be overrun by monsters.
弱っているお前一人じゃ頼りないから俺でよかったら手伝ってやるって言ったんだ
Probably don't stand a chance while you're injured like this, so I'll help you if you'll have me.
シキ、
Shiki! Arquade's eyes practically sparkle. She is precious. She grabs my hand happily and shakes it up and down. I thought she was gonna go for a hug, but this is pretty cute.
まあ俺じゃ大した役には立たないだろうけどいないよりはマシだろ
I don't know if I'll be much help, but it's better than nothing, I guess.
シキが手伝ってくれるなら、怖い
Yeah,
ものなんて
yeah.
何もない
I don't have anything to worry about if you're with me. Arquade continues giving my hand a vigorous shaking. Considering her ridiculous strength, I'm honestly afraid my arm will come out of its socket. But I can't bring myself to stop her. How do I put it? She looks so happy. Honestly, truly happy. Seeing that, it makes me feel like maybe I've made the right choice after all. Despite how insane it sounds. Ah. By the time Arquette finally releases me from my handshake, it's almost 9. My head hurts thinking about what will happen once I get home, but that won't be for a while, now that I've decided to lend my support. We've got a vampire hunt to plan.
それでこれからどうするんだ
So, what do we do now?
やっぱり街を歩いて死者を探すのか
Just walk around town and look for zombies?
そうね。この町にいる死者を全滅させれば、親元の吸血鬼は出てこざるを得なくなるでしょうし。
If we can kill them all, then their boss will have to make an appearance.
今はそれぐらいしか手はないけど。
That's basically our only option for now. Is that okay with you? Her eyes ask.
いいも何も俺はアルクエイドに付き合うだけだ。餅
Hey,
は
I'm
餅
just
屋って
along
言
for
うし
the ride. You're
専門
the
家に従う
expert.
よ。
So I'll trust you with all that. And just as I say it, Arquade looks at me with a wide grin on her face.
なんだよおかしなこと言ったか
What?
俺。
Did I say something weird?
四季やけに素直だなって。
Yeah! I was just thinking how obedient you are. Maybe I should start acting a little tougher. I have a feeling she'll be asking crazy stuff of me if I don't draw the line somewhere.
行くぞ街を回ればいいんだろ。
Okay, let's
さっ
get
きの
going.
高架線下とかもう一度調べてみるか。
All we have to do is walk around town, right? Should we check under the tracks again?
あの区域はもういいわ。
Nope, that area is all clear.
死者は互いに食い合わないよう、犠牲者の数を一区間に集中させないよう、それぞれ活動ルートを定めているの。
Each minion is given its own route, so they don't encroach on each other or concentrate their victims in one area.
一晩に食事をさせる死者の数は決まっている。今夜はさっきので打ち止めだと思うけど、せっかく四季がいるんだし、もうちょっと探索してみましょうか。
Only a limited number of the dead feed on any given night. I think the one from before was the last one for tonight, but if you're here anyway, we might as well keep looking for a bit.
互いに食い合わないようにか。本格的に統率されてるんだな。もっと無差別なものか
So
と。
they don't encroach on each other, huh? They're actually getting commands then. I thought they acted a little more indiscriminately.
親元の吸血鬼にしてみれば、血液の採集は娯楽じゃなくて生存するための必要作業、仕事だもの。ルーチンワークを良しとするのよ。
You got a point. Consider it from the Cyrus perspective. Vampires don't collect blood for pleasure. They need it to survive.
貴重な労働力ってわけか。でもそれだと向こうも手を打ってこないか。
So we're cutting into their workforce. But then again, wouldn't they take measures to stay in business?
アルクエイドが数を減らしているんだから、ここから先は増員させるか、あるいは死者を引っ込めて姿を
Princess Diana, no, it is a trivia question. Yeah, the timing's just hilarious. If you're reducing their numbers, they'll need to either make more zombies or pull their forces back and go into hiding.
基本的には出し渋る方でしょうね。
Generally speaking, they choose the stingier
け
option.
ど、吸血鬼である以上、どうしても他者から血や精を搾取しないと生存していられない。
That said, vampires can't survive without exploiting the blood and life force of other beings.
親元は私に狙われていると分かっていても、最低限の食料を得るために死者を出すしかないってわけ。
Even if their leader knows I'm after them, they still have to send out the bare minimum of the dead to gather the bare minimum of resources. I get it. Arquade wants to starve them out. It would be nearly impossible to find our target just by looking. So, we'll have to fish them out into the open. We'll cut off all their other options and give them no choice but to go out and hunt for themselves. Once they make their move, Arquade will be able to sense them. And that's when the real hunt begins. We're going to stop this at the source, just like with love.
状況は分かった。とにかく夜になったら街を歩き回ってまだ活動している死者を見つければいいんだな。
I understand the situation. We'll patrol the city once night falls and look for any active zombies, right?
ええ。それでシキ、あなたにはメガネを外してついてきてほしいんだけど、いい？
And Shiki, I'd like you to take your glasses off for this. Is that okay?
メガネを外してってなんで？
Take off my glasses? Why?
その方が確実だから。私は人間と人間じゃないものの気配を感じ取れる。
I can sense the presence of human and non-human beings.
あなたは聖者と死者の違いが視覚情報として読み取れる。
Well, you can see the difference between the living and the dead.
索敵方法は大いに越したことはないでしょ。
The more ways we have to check for enemies, the better, right? Arquade's explanation makes sense. Plus, I'm the one who agreed to help, so there's no reason for me to decline. I just don't know if I'm comfortable with this.
あなたの体に大きく負担をかけることになるでしょうね。
I know it'll put a huge strain on you.
でも、いい機会だからもう一度だけ確認したいの。
But I want to take this opportunity to check something.
シキが大丈夫だと判断するのなら、メガネを外してついてきて。
If you think you'll be alright, then take your glasses off and come with me. She wants me to rock around town without my glasses, huh? In the 7 years since I got these, I've never once tried to do that before. Looking at inanimate objects is enough to give me a headache, so it's not hard to imagine what strolling through town with my eyes exposed would do to me. But even so, it's okay. One little headache won't kill me. Besides, a headache is nothing compared to what our Arquade has to deal with right now.
いいよ。メガネを外してついていく。
Alright, I'll give it a try.
それで型がつくって言うんなら安いもんだ。
If that's what it takes to do the job.
そう。なら行きましょう。
Okay. Let's get going then. I take a deep breath, remove my glasses, and set off into town. Arquade and I walk side by side through the crowds. It's the first time since I was hospitalized that I've walked around like this, with the lines in full view. I don't feel any dizziness as of yet. Simply seeing them doesn't give me too much of a headache. While I can look at the thin lines on buildings just fine, every glimpse of the lines tracing the people we pass makes me feel sick. Disgust surges within me. It's not the sight of their line-covered bodies that makes me feel this way. It's the unwelcome knowledge that humans can die so easily that forces bile up my throat. We continue our search. Arquade takes each step confidently, never saying a word. We spent around 2 hours checking prominent places close to the station. But in the end, we don't find anyone resembling that clump of lines from earlier.
Shiki, メガネをかけていいわ。
You can put your glasses back on.
やっぱりもう今夜の死者はいないみたい。
I don't think we're gonna find any more of the dead tonight. I put on my glasses. My vision returns to normal, and I breathe a long awaited sigh of relief.
そんな簡単に見切りをつけていいのか？まだ1回しか街を見回ってないけど。
Are you sure it's okay to give up so quick? We've only taken one look around.
一度見回れば十分よ。気配っていうのはね、多少はその場所に残留するものなの。
One look is
でも
enough.
街には死者の気配がどこにもなかった。
When the dead have been somewhere, they leave traces that can be sensed. I didn't feel anything like that tonight.
食料を調達する死者はさっきので最後だったのかも。ここからはもう一段階上の死者を潰していくわ。
The zombie from before may have been the last one still gathering blood. We'll have to start going after the next rank up.
不機嫌そうだな、アルクエイド。
You seem like you're in a bad mood.
当然でしょ。せっかくシキがいてくれるのに空振りなんだもの。はあ、かっこいいとこ見せようと思ったの。
Of course I am. You come along with me, and what do we find? Absolutely nothing. I wanted to show off. Huh. Can't say I expected that to be the reason.
まあ、俺は無駄骨でも気にしないけど、そんなにご不満なら、もう一度街を回っても構わないぞ。
Well, I don't know if it would amount to much, but if you wanted to go around the town one more time, that's cool with me.
俺も今度は意識を集中してみる。もしかしたら何か見つけられるかもしれない。
I'll make sure to keep my eyes peeled. I might see something this time.
ダメよ。今夜はこれ以上あなたに無理はさせられない。
No, I don't want you pushing yourself anymore tonight.
無理って別に俺は無理なんか。
Pushing myself? I don't think I am.
してるのよ。シキ本人は気がついてないだけ。今だって顔色すごく青いし。
You
ほら、
are.
ベンチに
You
座って
may not have
少
noticed
しは楽
it,
になるんでしょ。
but you're pale as a ghost. Here, take a seat on that bench. She guides, or rather pushes, me down onto the bench. Truthfully, I'm not ready to throw up, so truthfully, I'm about ready to throw up, so I'll take a seat for a bit. The relief is such that I accidentally let out a sigh. All that tension I'd bottled up was released the moment I sat down. I guess I really was pushing myself too
あ
hard.
りがとう。助かった。
Thanks. I do feel better now.
でもこれぐらい今までの頭痛に比べたら軽度だぞ。意識を保っていられないめまいに比べれ
This
ば
isn't too bad
危ないことも
compared to the
ないんだし。
headaches I usually get, though. My nausea will fade if I breathe in the fresh night air. Next to Arquade's wound, this is nothing. She doesn't need to worry so much about... Arquade?
弱い生き物のくせに無理はしないで。
Don't act like you're tougher than you are.
失神しなければ軽度。それは間違いよ。あなたの目に軽いも重いもない。
You think you're okay just because you haven't fainted? You don't have any idea what could
あまり
happen.
見えないものを見ようとしないで。そんなに脳を酷使したら廃人になりかねないわ。
Stop trying to look at what you can't see. Subjecting your brain to that kind of abuse might break you.
廃人って誰が？
Break me? Really?
あなたがよ。どうしてそんなに危機感がないの？
Yes, really. Why don't you understand the danger you're in?
こんな希少な魔眼持ちなのに平和主義者とか美味しい獲物にも程があるし。よく今まで生きてこられたわね。ひょいってつまんで食べられるわよ普通。
You've got those incredibly rare mystic eyes, but you're some kind of pacifist? Do you realize how juicy a target that makes you? I'm amazed you survived this long. Normally you'd be gobbled up in a second. Ow! Where on earth would that be normal? And hey, I'd appreciate it if she gave the nations of the world a little credit, even if she wants to call us complacent. It's kind of amazing that law and order prevails as much as it does.
分かった。あんまり言いたくなかったけど、ちゃんと説明してあげる。
Ugh. Fine. I want to avoid this, but I'll explain it to you straight.
いい？四季は生物の死は見やすくて、鉱物の死は見にくいって言ってたでしょ？
Listen. You said that it's easier to see the death of living things than inanimate objects, right?
それはね、結局はあなたの脳の回線の問題なの。
That's because of the way your brain is wired.
物の死、その因果を見るということは、実際は見ているではなく、読んでいるという意味合いに近い
When
わ。
we talk about you seeing the depth of things, of seeing causality, it's really more accurate to say that you're reading it.
すべての事象には大元になった原因、絶対の一がある。
All phenomenons share the same absolute root
この宇
cause.
宙の始まりにしておしまいの地点。
That singular point is both the beginning and the end of our universe.
そこにはすべてを記録したものがある。記録というよりはあるものだから、情報とは呼べない。
And
ただあるだ
within
け。
it is a
それ自
record
体に意思はないし、方
of
向
all
性もありえない。
things.
原因を垂れ流しているだけの
Though it's
根
less
源の
a
渦みたい
record
なものね。
and more something that just is. So you can't call it information. It possesses no will, nor any capacity for directionality. It's similar to the vortex of the root, which emanates causality.
この世界にあるものは、その渦から流れ、派生して、今の形に行き着いたわ。私も四季も、吸血種も人間も、元はそこから始まった原子に過
Everything
ぎな
that
い。
exists flowed from there before undergoing derivation, blah 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 blah, and assuming its current form. Me and you, vampires and humans, were all just atoms that originated from that
も
common
う離れす
source.
ぎ、複雑になりすぎてしまって、原因である始まりに戻ることはできないけど、
We've strayed too
とにか
far,
くそういった位
become
置があるのは
too
わかるでしょ？
complex to return to that source.
でもね、
But you at
た
least
とえどんなに
understand
大
it's
元
there,
からかけ
right?
離れた形になっても、派生した存在である以上、とても細い線だけど
But
糸はつな
however
がって
far
いるの
we've
よ。
drifted from our cause, the threads are still there.
もう離れす。でもね、たとえどんなに大元からかけ離れた形になっても、派生した存在である以上、すべての根源、
The
すべ
root
ての始まりと終わりを記録した
the root
レコード。
causes everything in every type moon property. In it lies all things, a record of the beginning
それとつながってい
and
るもの
of
は
the end.
物事の終わりを知っていることになる。
Hang on. I accidentally put it on auto.
高等動物の脳は受信と送信を司る機能
The
なんだ
brains
けど、
of higher life
大
forms
抵
are
の人
capable
間は
of
その回
sending
線
and
が自分に
receiving
対してのみで閉
signals.
じてしまっている。
But the vast majority
けど
of humans are
中には
closed
潜
to
在
the
的に
outer
回線が
world.
開いている人間もいる。何の魔術回路も利用せず、
Some humans,
超
however,
越種でさえないの
possess a
に超
latent
常現象を
connection
可能とする
that
人
can
間。
cause paranormal
これをね、
events without the
魔
use
術師たちは超能
Ah!
力者って区分している。
I hate the stupid the way you can accidentally trigger auto just by like hitting the bumper by accident and then it's a pain to make it stop.
これをね、魔術師たちは超能力者って区分している。
May just clarify these people as paranormals.
人
Okay.
間でありながら生まれついて何らかの魔術回路そのものという突然変異体。
There's been times you had to come back to the beginning of a section because it's like, wait, I may have missed something. Yeah. Whose bright idea was it to put the auto button on the bumpers where you could accidentally bump it against a table or something?
例えば何の神秘も学んでいないのに
Put the controller down wrong to go to the bathroom and skip half the game? You're not wrong, though at least it would automatically stop and once you get to a choice. But still, that could be like half a chapter. So far we've had like one choice per chapter for the most part, except for like, you know, the ones where we have to fight. But other than that... talked about character from the Garden of Sinners? I mean... Shiki Tono and Shiki the Yogi basically have the same mystic eyes, just... And very similar backstories, from what I recall. So... Garden of Sinners mentioned? We love Garden of Sinners in this house. Sorry, Arquid. I appreciate you explaining all this to me, but my brain barely understood a word. That's alright, you'll get it eventually.
いいわよ。式は理解なんかしなくて。
It's okay if you don't understand.
言っておきたいのは、あんまり見えにくいものを自分から見ようとしちゃダメってこと。
All I want to say is that you shouldn't push yourself to see things that are hard to see.
私は見えないから断言はできないけど、式が見てしまってるものは線だけじゃないはずよ。あなたには線の他に、その起点である点も見えているんじゃない？
I can't see what you see, so I can't be sure. But I'd wager you see more than just those lines. You can see the points from where they originate. Am I right? Pretty much. It's exactly as she says. Sometimes when I strain my eyes, the lines start to form a single point. I saw something like that at the last moment with love. Now that I think about it, it wasn't just with love. The shock may have shut my brain off from reality, but I know they were there.
そうだ。
Yeah.
お
When
前
I
を殺した時も
killed
確
you,
かに
I saw points
点
then
が見え
too.
てた。
They were all over
何個
you,
もあっ
and
て
the lines seemed
線は
to
点と
connect
点を
to
結
them.
ぶようになる。
Like blood vessels. Maybe. If the lines are blood vessels, then the points are whatever brings them forth.
ものの死にやすい線とその死。
There's lines where things easily die, and then there's death itself.
式はその気になれば鉱物の死を見ることだって可能
I
だと思う。
think you could even
け
see
ど
the
その
death
た
of
めに脳が
inanimate
生物の
objects
範
if
疇
you
と
wanted
鉱物
to.
の範
Though
疇
to
に
do
対戦を
so,
開いて
you'd
鉱
have
物の死を知ろうとしてし
to
まう。
rewire your brain from only comprehending the death of living creatures.
それは本来ありえない運動よ。脳は過負荷を起こして、式は間違い
But
な
that's
く使い
doomed
物
from
に
the
ならなく
start.
な
It
る。
would overload your brain and put you past the point of no return. Past the point of no return, huh?
それはこの目が死を見なくなって
I mean,
く
I
れる
wouldn't
っ
be
て
able
こ
to
と。
see death anymore. No, you would go completely crazy.
まさか。ねえ、式。無茶を
Please,
して
do
オ
you
ー
know
バー
what
ブローし
happens
た
to
エン
an
ジンは
engine
どう
when
な
it
るのか
blows
しら。
out?
そりゃジャンク
It's
行きだ。
junked. You can't save an
一度でも焼き
engine
付いた。
that's been... Ah, I see. The headaches I get when I see death are the cries of an engine overheating.
わかった。
You get it
ただ
now?
見え
It's
てい
okay
る
to
だけ
look
なら
at the
問題
things
は
you
ない
can
でしょうけ
already
ど、
see.
見え
But
ないも
stop
のを
trying
見よ
to
うと
see
す
the
るのだ
things
け
you
は
can't.
せいぜい血
At the
管が
very
破裂
most,
して脳
only
に負
go
荷
so
がか
far
かる
as
ぐらい
rupturing
に
the
とどめ
blood
ておきな
vessels
さ
in
い。
your brain. Any
そ
further,
の先に
you'll
踏み
be
込んだ
no more alive than
い
a
きな
rock.
りそのメガネを
Yay,
つけてくれた魔術師には
aneurysm.
感謝しないとね。
You ought to thank the mage who made those glasses for you.
大抵の超
Most
能力者は
paranormals
自分の
abuse
力
their
がどんなに危
powers
険な
before
ものか知らず
realizing
に使
just
用
how
して
dangerous
自
they
分から
are
廃人になっ
and
てし
wind
まう
up
から。
crippled.
まあ 人間でありながら人間の社会では生きられない存在
Though
的不適
maybe
合
that's
者だから
better than trying
そ
to
の方
force
が幸
themselves
せなの
to
かもしれ
live
ないけど
in a society that will never accept them.
どうやらそれ
After
が
all,
私がここに来た
seems
理
to
由
be
のよう
what
だ
led
し
me to you.
私が君を以前の生
I'm
活
going
に
to
戻し
return
てあ
to
げる
you, your normal life. That's what Master told me when she made me these glasses. I owe her so much it hurts to think about. That day, she saved me in more ways than one. I wouldn't be here without her.
ところで
So be nice to women! So anyway.
うわ
Oh! Arcane materializes right in front of my face as I'm in the middle of ruminating. Oh, this isn't good for my heart. I wish she'd let me have a moment, considering what we just talked about.
なんだよ。メガネならもう渡さないぞ。
I can't remember. That was months ago. Check the flowchart? No, I don't feel like it.
そうじゃなくて
Read a fantasy book that explored that concept. It was pretty crazy. Characters spent a year with their power activated and became like hypersensitive to the world around them. Makes sense. Yeah, but it's one of those things like you could have given her the glasses or she might have just taken them by force. Like it might only be like a subtle difference between scenes, but yeah.
これからどうするもう死者は出てきそうにないし
I
今
was
夜は
wondering
ここ
what
で
you're
お別
gonna
れにする
do now. I don't think we'll be seeing any more zombies, so should we split up for tonight? It's 11 o'clock. My curfew was ages ago. I'll... talk with her a little longer. There's still so much I don't understand, despite already having decided to help hunt this vampire.
いや、
Still
ま
feel
だ
kind
吐
of
き気
sick,
が
so
収
I
まら
think
な
I'll
いし、
stick around until I
落
feel
ち着くま
better.
でここにいるよ
In。the meantime, there's
その
actually
間、
some
お
stuff
前
I
に
wanted to ask.
街の巡回は
We
無
may
理で
not
も
be able to look
そ
around
れぐらいなら
town,
いいだろ
but that's okay, right?
そう
Yeah,
私
I
はいい
don't
けど
mind.
式はいいの
But are you sure?
人間って
Don't
夜は
humans
眠く
get
なるんでしょ
sleepy at night?
別にい
I'm
いよ。
fine. Sleep and I
も
don't
ともと眠
really
るの
get
は苦手だ
along.
し。別にいいよ。もとも
苦手ってことは不
You
眠
mean
症
you have insomnia? Me too, buddy.
いや、寝つ
No,
きはいい。
I can fall asleep
単
fine.
に好きじゃ
I
ないって
just
こ
don't
と。
like it.
ふーん
Huh.
夢は見ないの
Do you not dream? Dream? I'm not sure how to answer that. What was with that? What was with the camera?
とにかく、0時まで
Anyway,
付き合
I'll
う。
hang around until midnight.
そっちが話ずくめで疲れてるなら、このまま帰るけど。
Though if you're tired of talking, I can head home. Like, that's fine.
ううん
No, I'm not tired at all!
むしろ全
In
力
fact,
で受け
I'd
て
love
立
to take you on.
そうなんだ。
く
元気があって羨
Cool,
ましいけど。
I'm glad you've got
勢い余って
energy,
暴
but
れ出すな
don't
よ。
overdo it. Wouldn't want you
地面を
splaying the
ぶ
earth
ち抜く
open
の
or
とか。
something like that.
そんな無駄なことするわけないし
I wouldn't do something that excessive.
もう式
Jeez,
は
what
私
do
の
you
こと
take
なん
me
だと
for?
思って
You
る
seem
の
to have a pretty
なんか
warped
誤解して
impression of me.
大丈夫。そこは完璧ブレてない。
No, I think it's
アルク
accurate.
エイドのことは
You're a vampire who
手加減
has
の
no
でき
clue
ない
how
や
to
りすぎ
hold
き
back. Time to barrage her with questions. What do I want to know? Oh, there is so much here. More exposition? Yeah. I'm trying to decide if I want to keep going or if this would be a good place to stop, because I do have to stop at 5 p.m. so in like 25 minutes. So I'm like, Maybe it is a good spot. Feels like the chapter's gonna go for a bit longer. Alright. Ow. I leaned back and my back cracked. Ow. Okay. That's my body like, no, it's time. It's time to get up. It's time to get out of the chair. Would result in some pretty long answers? I think you're right. I think you're right. We'll come back soon. What? The schedule for tomorrow, I just put to be determined because I wasn't sure what I wanted to play on Sunday. I'm thinking probably the metaphor demo. I imagine it's at least a few hours long. So that would take up most, if not all, of a usual stream. Seen people do like 3 streams for it? Damn! I've heard estimated 4 hours. Yeah, that makes sense. The demo offers a glimpse of the game lasting 4 to 6 hours. Okay, so yeah, standard stream. Cool. So I will start downloading that offline so we have it for tomorrow. Dance party! Woo 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 woo! Can't wait to gush about it. Yeah. I forgot it was coming out and I'm like, I already planned out all of these special streams and I don't want to delay them because like especially for the anime like trailer one, I'm like if we keep pushing it further back then the stuff's gonna actually start airing. It kind of snuck up. It sure did. I saw the trailer, like the demo was out. I'm like, what? Really? No way. No way. Like it's, you know, it's, and then it's like, oh god. October is in like 3 days. We can't be saved. So yes, we will do Metaphor tomorrow. We'll go through the demo. Yay! Your Steam Deck's coming back. Beautiful. Ugh, alright. Let's see here. Do we have any suspects I want to raid? Ooh, Spooky is streaming. There we go. They've been at it for 5 hours. They might be wrapping up soon, but I'll throw you guys at Spooky. Alrighty. That's it for me. Time to go rest. I've got like the start of like a headache. So it was good timing anyway. As soon as I stopped, I was like, oh, the Shiki temple throbbing starting. Alrighty. That's it for me. Thank you guys for coming along. I will send you guys off to Spooky. Our usual message is DD Raid, same as always. Alrighty. I will set that up on the exit screen. Alright, that's it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for posting it, Zon. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. And until next I see ya, take care of yourself. Wash your face, brush your teeth, eat good food, and I We'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye-bye!